Hey,
Tony, what's going on?
oh, not much. You?
Not much, not much. Like the website looked very nice there.
Yeah, it's my first like kind of like jump into vibe coding. That's the one on AppSumo right now. It's pretty good.
Oh, nice, nice, very nice. Yeah, it definitely looked good. So, yeah,
Appreciate it.
yeah, of course, man.
You're letting all the note takers in, hey?
Yeah, there's a bunch of people here. So yeah, we should have quite a
Good
few
afternoon,
people.
everybody. How you guys doing?
Hello, hello, everyone.
I feel
We'll
like you
see.
should kick all the note takers and just share your note taker after because you have one too, right, Alex? Yeah, you have Fathom.
Yeah, I haven't been, whatever. I don't want to waste time right now on kicking note takers out. It's all good. It's all good. I don't mind. So there's still quite a few people coming here.
Oh, it's packed today.
Everyone.
Yep.
Hey
Hello,
guys.
hello. Ivana, good to see you. Elvis.
Everybody.
Hello, hello, everyone. There's still
Look,
people coming through. So
look at what a fancy slide that you put there.
good old Gamma. Good old Gamma. Little fancy slide. Uh, yeah, so we'll wait like a couple of more minutes here as there's still some people coming through. And then we'll go ahead and get started. Today's going to be a good one. It might be a little bit long, like usual, I guess. But we're going to be covering quite a bit today, guys. So very excited here. So we'll just wait a couple more minutes here. Steve, good to see you.
Thanks, man. Good to see you guys as well.
Is there any chance to ask a question while we're on here before you get started?
Yeah, yeah. We'll get started like in 3 minutes. Like, so there's still more people joining. So ask away.
I'm struggling with a function. So we're doing a bunch of different transfers. The AI is acting as a receptionist. And when it does the transfer, if the voicemail doesn't pick up right away, the AI is hanging onto the call and then recapturing the call to discuss with the caller and not releasing it to voicemail. And I can't get it to release to the landline's voicemail.
Okay. Um, yeah, send me a message on Discord and I can take a look at that for you.
All right.
Uh,
Thanks, man.
yeah, no problem. So just looks like people are still coming in, so we'll get started here shortly. Jesus Christ. I didn't anticipate this many people to join, so that's cool. So we're
Yeah,
like,
because I think this is from the it was posted on the Retell Discord, and I thought this one meeting was for school, no? Or we're combining.
yeah, yeah. I still posted it on the retail Discord. Last time, well, some of you guys know, right? I had mentioned something about it. But I got a couple of messages about like, people kind of they were used to me having like the workshops like on a regular basis. So then I briefly stopped for like a week. So I will still continue to do them here and there, especially if it's all related to retail. So yeah. All the resources though, they're gonna be all in the school community. And there's gonna be quite a lot of stuff today here. Okay, so give it like one more minute and then we'll go ahead and get started, guys. There's still people joining. Thank you all for being here. Hopefully it's not too late for some of you. All right, let's just go ahead and get started. Okay, jeez, bunch. Okay, there's still. All right, guys. So basically, what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be building a voice AI agent for a dealership. So this was inspired by Elvis, community member here. Hopefully, he's somewhere around here. Basically, what we were trying to accomplish is there is a dealership, and let me actually pull up that dealership so you guys can see what we're talking about here. So the goal here is, oops. So let me just pull up that website. Oop, there's still more people. Jeez. All right. So let me just briefly show you here, and then that way you guys can get in. So basically what we did last week is Elvis has a client where essentially what we need to do is, one, scrape the information off a dealership. So this is a German dealership, I believe. And what we wanted to do is add all this information to a database. So we did that last week using N8N and Airtable. And I'll briefly walk you guys through the workflow. Extremely simple, but essentially all we did, using Firecrawler, we just graphed all the links from the specific dealership. So all of the individual vehicles. So for example, we can see, all of these different vehicles here. We went ahead and grabbed them, extracted all the information, and added it to an Airtable that now looks like, and there's still more people. All right. That looks like something like this. So this pretty much has all of the information. I did translate it into English just because I don't know German. So we translated all the information over. You can see that we have roughly about 49 different vehicles here. We have pretty much all of the major information, make, model, type, pretty much everything that you would expect to have in a legitimate database. We even have all of the different images for these vehicles. And what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be building out the whole voice AI agent that's essentially be handling sales, right? So the idea is we're going to be calling this particular dealership. We're going to tell them, hey, I'm looking for a Mercedes-Benz, or, I'm looking for a 4-door car or something along those lines. And then the voice AI agent is going to return that information to us. Then it's either going to go ahead and book that appointment or send some sort of email information to provide that to the user. Now, again, here at the end of this, you guys should have a production-ready workflow or an agent as close to ready as we possibly can within the time allowed. For the stack, we're going to be using, obviously, Retell. We're going to be using Airtable to handle our database, which is the database that you see here. We're also going to be using Airtable for the post-call analysis afterwards, too. And then we're going to be using cow.com to handle that booking. Now, we're going to be using a custom function in cow.com. We're not going to be using the native integration just because we might want to extract more information than what the native integration allows us. And then lastly, we're going to be using Postmark for sending emails. If you guys are not familiar with Postmark, it's very, very good, and it's all the emails typically go to the inbox. Now, what we're going to start off with here is just basically we're going to start setting up our prompt. I have a prompt that I use to kind of create the prompt for the agents. So I'm going to walk you guys through that, and you guys will also have access to that initial prompt there as well. We'll handle all the settings and the agent and all that stuff. And then we'll go ahead and move on to really building out the custom function. Now, to speed things up a little bit, I already kind of prepare a little bit of the code there for us. But we'll still go ahead and build out that function. Now we're going to be using N8N, but theoretically this will work with, if you're using Make or whatever it is that you're using, will also work with that. And then once we get that done, we're going to go ahead and work on our custom functions for the appointment, for booking in cow.com, and then going and sending that email there. Sorry, man, still more people are joining here. And of course, we'll go ahead and test this out. I'll go ahead and attach a phone number to it. We can all give it a call and stuff like that. And then we'll handle the post-call analysis, right? So we want to know, once the conversations are done, was an appointment booked? What sort of information was extracted? Anything that might be valuable for a dealership. And then that's pretty much it. At the end of it, we'll go ahead and do a Q&A and kind of wrap it up there. Again, all of the workflows that we're going to be building today, they're all going to be included. You're going to have access pretty much to everything. So, yep, that's pretty much it. So we can go ahead and get started. We'll close this out. So I'm just going to build a new, now for this, we're just going to be using a single prompt agent here. There's not really a need for a conversational agent or anything like that. So I'm just going to go to Retell. We're going to go ahead and build out a new single prompt agent. I'm just going to go ahead and call this Retell Auto as an example. Now for this, I'm just going to stick with 4.1. We can even do 4.1 mini, actually. I think that will still work. We can save a little bit of money there. For the voice, I always I'm kind of biased towards Susan. So we're going to be using Susan for the voice. I like her personally, so I know there's a couple of other ones, but I'm going to trust good old Susan here. Now, what I have here, in order for us to create this prompt, instead of like starting from the beginning, I always like to get some sort of ideas, and I have a general prompt here, which I will share with you guys here. I can even share this now, but again, all of this stuff is going to be included in the school community. If you guys don't know, we have a school community here with a bunch of workflows and stuff like that. So anyways, all that won't be included in here, but essentially we have this prompt. It's kind of long, but it's going to guide us through everything that we need to create this agent, some of the use cases, and it just really makes it easy for us. So and you see it's quite a bit long here. And I'll even share this with you guys now so you guys can take a look at this. I don't know where my chat is at. Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to use, for this instance, I like using Google AI Studio just because I mean, I like it. So I like it. I like the context window. It's been working very good for me. But you can probably use, geez, sorry, more people are still coming in. You can really use anything you like. So for this, I'm just going to go to Google AI Studio. And all I'm going to do is literally just copy this prompt and paste it in. And what you should expect, it should guide you through the entire process of creating this voice AI agent. So I'm just going to go ahead and paste this in here. I'm sorry, there's still more people coming in. Okay. Okay, Luigi, so you got that right. Perfect. Awesome. Okay. So I don't have to worry about that. Perfect. So you can see here that once I pasted this prompt, the first thing that we need to do is just assign it a role. We need to give it a specific name. So in this instance, we're going to be creating an agent. I'm going to call her, I don't know, I'm going to call her Stacy. That name comes to mind. And Stacy is going to be, oops, can't see him. Why is this not typing? Okay. So we're going to be creating Stacy. Name Stacy. And she's going to be a sales agent or a vehicle consultant. I'm not sure what the specific title is going to be. But she's going to be a vehicle consultant. And let me actually just speak it. She will be responsible for handling inquiries and helping the customer find the right vehicle. She needs to have experience in sales and customer service, and she needs to sound just like a typical human would. She needs to be friendly and professional, and the ultimate goal is going to be to provide the user with information about a vehicle or recommend a specific vehicle that meets their needs and schedule a test drive. If unable to schedule a test drive, then we want to send an email with information about that particular vehicle. Perfect. So I'm going to go ahead. Oops. Okay, we're going to stop that. And I'm just going to go ahead and click run on here. Now, again, I'd just like to use this as a way for me to kind of get started. I might not use every single section in here, but it gives us a very good starting point, and then we can always go ahead and tweak it from here. So we'll wait for this a little bit to think a little bit. There's a couple of sections. If you guys are looking at the prompt, it's going to create like the role, the personality, and stuff like that. One of the most important things is going to be that conversational flow, which is what we're trying to build. So perfect. And then you can see that essentially here is just going to tell us kind of the proposed plan for this particular agent. We can always go ahead and make any sort of changes to this. This right here looks pretty good to me, right? Like the questions that we need to ask, obviously the vehicle type, new or pre-owned, budget. We don't need to ask trade-in, so I'll leave that for now, but that's actually probably a good question to ask, but I'll leave that for now. So all of this looks pretty good, right? Our primary goal is to schedule a test drive, and our secondary goal is going to be a email follow-up. We obviously need to handle vehicle recommendations. So all of this looks good here for me. Sorry, I got a bunch of cat hair. So let's continue. And again, you guys can use this prompt really for any sort of agent there. So what is going to happen now is it should create our initial role for us. And then for the title, I like vehicle consultant. So I'm going to stick with the vehicle consultant for this one. So I'll just go ahead and type it. She works for, she's going to work for Retell Auto. It's just not letting me chat here. Okay. Her main mission is really going to be help customers understand pretty much all of these. So our main mission is really going to be to schedule a test drive. That's really ultimately what we want. Now, actually, our main mission, yep. So actually changes is to help customers, and then her ultimate objective is to schedule a test drive. That's really the ultimate thing here. So we'll go ahead and put that in here. And that's pretty much all the information that we need. So what's going to happen here, again, this is going to go ahead and create that specific role for us. And then we'll slowly start building out this voice AI agent. So this shouldn't take super long. So here we have our role. I'm just simply going to go ahead and paste this. And while I paste this, let's continue. So I'm going to go back to Retell, and we'll slowly start building out this agent. So I always like to start with the role on the top, just to make it easier for me. Let's quickly take a look at this role just to make sure that everything sounds good. Again, I might want to change some of this stuff. Now, I always like to say, like, instead of having like the customer, I always refer to them as the user. There's really, this conversation's happening one-to-one, right? It's not like this agent is talking to many people at the same time. So I'm just going to make a small change here to the user. So, okay, so this looks good, right? Provide accurate information about the inventory, guiding them towards a perfect vehicle that fits their lifestyle and budget. And the ultimate goal is to schedule a test drive. If a user is unable to schedule, we're going to go ahead and send out some detailed vehicle information via email. So that looks perfect to me. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next section. And here I'm just going to add like 3 little dots.
Sorry, Alex, one thing I wanted to add here, in case something happens to others as well, how the AI communicate with the caller is user and agent. I used to have clients when they have agents as well as live people, and if I reference agent in the prompt, the AI is going to think it's the AI, not the actually the human. So that's another thing. If you want them to reference agent, just say callers, people, or reps. I noticed that it can cause some errors.
Yeah, and we can, what we'll do is we're going to troubleshoot at the end of this, right? What's going to happen is once we build this out, we can all go ahead and test it, right? I'm going to attach a phone number. We can literally go through it because it's also going to be part of post-call analysis, right? Part of building production-ready agents is having that post-call analysis and building a way for us to know this agent is working, which is going to be part of this workshop. So that's what we'll go ahead and do, and we'll test that out, right? If it is causing any sort of issues, we'll go ahead and fix it. In my experience, it's worked pretty good for me, but I haven't, we can test it out. So I think it'll be the ultimate thing. Now, for this context, I'm going to go ahead and add some context to this. In the context, I always like to add like the current date and time, and then kind of let the user, the agent know why this conversation is happening. So I'm just going to put the user has made an inbound call to our dealership and wants to know more about a specific vehicle. The prompt that I gave you guys, it doesn't create the context for you because this is going to be different, but it'll create all the different other parts of it. So it's going to create a vehicle, and I like to put that this is a voice-to-voice conversation. Perfect. And then I also like to add the current date and time, right? Because if we're going to be scheduling appointments, we need to know the current date and time. So I'm going to put the current date and time is. And here we're going to be using Retell's dynamic variables. If you guys are not familiar, and I'll quickly just pull this up just so you can see where all this information is going to be. Retell has what they're called dynamic variables. And some of those dynamic variables are pretty much the time. So if I scroll down, we can see that we have the current time, and then, you know, your own specific time zone. Now I'm based in Los Angeles, so I'm going to go ahead and leave the default time, but actually, we'll even change this a little bit. Current time is always going to default to Los Angeles, but you can always add your own. So like, let's say you wanted New York, right? So I could always put something like America / New York. Something like this, and that will work just as fine. Now, again, I'm going to stick with Los Angeles just because that's where I'm at. So I'm just going to go ahead and put Los Angeles. Another stuff that might be helpful here is just some brief information about the dealership as part of the context. So I like to put, you know, something like dealership information. Part of dealership information is going to be like the address. I'm just going to make one up here. We're going to be real fancy and pretend that we're in Beverly Hills. We'll go ahead and add a phone number. Just going to put a brief phone number here. And some of this could go on the database, on the knowledge base, excuse me. But for like main information, I always just like to put as part of the context, as long as the prompt provides us with that space, right? Ideally, we want to keep this under like 3,500 tokens, right? If I save this, it should give me a token usage. So here we can see, ideally, we want to keep it under 3,500 tokens. So I'm just going to put a phone number here, and I'm just going to put hours. And I'm just going to put like Monday through Sunday, just to keep it real simple. I think dealerships are open pretty late, so I'm going to put like 9 a.m., 7 a.m. to like 10 p.m., something like that. So perfect. There we have our context. We pretty much have all the information that we would need, especially the date and time. Again, this is super important, especially when we're trying to book appointments. So I am going to just add another little space there, just so I can tell the different sections here. And then let's go back to our prompt here in Gemini. And we can see that it, now we're going to be creating our voice and persona. You can call it different things, styles, whatever it is that you like. So we can go ahead and build this out. For personality, I definitely want her to be, you know, sales experience. So for sales experience, I want her to be confident and persuasive for sure. And actually, they're all of these are, we can go with all of these. Why not? For customer service, she should be, I'm just going to go with solution oriented. I don't think she needs to express a whole lot of empathy in this. I could be wrong, but I'm not going to go with that. She should be solution oriented. And for traits, we'll give her a couple of traits here. She should be, I'm going to go with calm and consultative. And I think that should be pretty good. Calm and consultative. I even like the knowledgeable, but not, nah, it's okay. I'm going to stick with calm and consultative there. For pacing, we are gonna add just a normal conversation. I think that should be fine. Formality. Just like a typical human, that sounds fine to me. Again, I'm even, that's okay. And then lastly, we'll add our phrasing, and she should be natural and consultative. I think that looks pretty good. I don't know if anyone else is in like the dealership industry, or Elvis, if there's any specific traits that you guys possibly think that might be missing from here.
Well, I would maybe give energetic more than calm.
You think energetic? So her traits should be energetic and consultative? Okay. Energetic and consultative. Where did I put this? Natural. Okay. So let's go ahead and create the next portion of this. And while this is happening, Steve, you have a question?
Yes. When given a personality to the AI, how well it's going to work? Or what is the limit between the prompt and the actually voice that we assign it to? For example, I know the default voice inside, it can follow the personality very good, but if I bring a custom voice, could be that the custom voice is very limited about tone and how to really capture the personality. Is that a thing, or is it just in my imagination?
Yes, so there are going to be some voices which, I mean, it doesn't matter how much you prompt them, right? Like if the voice is like slow or if she speaks a certain way, there's not a whole lot of you can do. And again, what I'm doing here is we're just getting kind of some ideas, right? Like because we might get a personality that like that we might be able to just to fix via the voice itself instead of the prompt. So I'm just like trying to get ideas here in terms of like how the agent should be. Again, some of this might not even go into the prompt itself. So yeah.
If we feel like the voice is like it's not energetic enough, and we keep prompting and it's still not there, that's the cue for us to change the voice. Then it will be a good practice there, a good practice.
Yeah, you would change the voice. Yeah, that would be a good one. So we can change the voice, and we can try this out right now, right? We can see how she performs based on the characteristics that we're putting here. Now, I actually like this. I like to call it style guardrails. I think, honestly, I don't think it really matters what you call it. I just like to call it style guardrails. That's just kind of what I always name my stuff. I know on here says like voice and persona. I don't really care about that. And I don't need the speech characteristics. I like to just kind of like put it all in one, especially because I'm trying to reduce the amount of tokens that we're using. So I'm just calling again style guardrails. You can call it voice and persona. You can call it whatever it is. So it'll still work just as fine. It's just kind of a preference. So let's check out these, what we have here so far. So we definitely want to be confident consultant. Not aggressive, to guide the user to the best decision for them. That looks pretty good to me. She is going to be energetic and friendly, so that sounds also good to me. Again, and here I'm just changing. I like to be consistent, so you will notice that it said like customer, caller, and stuff like that. So I'm just changing that to be consistent and always putting user. Okay, you'll notice that this particular prompt too, what it's going to give you, it's going to give you like recommendations on like phrases that she should say exactly. Sometimes it's okay, and I like to use those. Some other times I'm just going to go ahead and delete them, again, especially just to save tokens. It really depends on the situation there. So far, everything is looking pretty good to me here. I don't know what you guys think so far. So pace and tone, speak at a normal conversational pace. That also sounds good to me. We obviously want her to use natural languages. We definitely don't want her to be robotic for sure. Again, here we have that consulting phrasing. I'm going to leave this consulting phrasing here for now. This could potentially be helpful, but depending on how she performs, we can always change this. So again, here I'm just formatting it just because technically these items belong under this right here. And I think so far it's looking pretty good. Let's continue to the next portion of the prompt.
There's a typo you had under context. Just the user has an inbound call. I think you meant to say has made an inbound call.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Let me see where. Oh, yep. Yeah, doesn't make any sense. Perfect. Thank you. All right, I'm just gonna make this add some space.
You've got the and. The user had made an inbound call. Sorry, I'm a little OCD with that.
It's all good. Okay, the user has made an inbound call to our dealership. Okay, so I think that looks pretty good. So we got our style guardrails. The next thing is really going to be that conversational flow. So this is kind of where the most of the work is going to be. So let's take a look. Sorry, I got a bunch of windows here. Let's take a look at that. Let me delete this because I don't need this. So for the conversational flow, let's quickly take a look, right? So we obviously need the introduction. We need the purpose discovery. So the two use cases, and Elvis, correct me if I'm wrong here, right? It's going to be a user's going to call in and they're going to say, I'm looking for a 2008 Mercedes-Benz black. They're going to be very specific. Or someone might call and say, hey, you know, I have $30,000, or I have, I'm looking for, I don't know, a BMW, a black BMW. They might be a little more vague. So that's why we have the path A and then the path B. Of course, then we're going to go ahead and recommend the vehicles, and then just simply secure the next step, which is either the test drive or the email, and then finally close that call. Elvis, really quick, does this sound correct to you?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Mostly they will already know which car they want. So.
Okay. And our function, the way we're handling it, it's going to handle both, right? So we're going to create one function, and it's literally going to handle whether they already know a specific car, or if they're kind of looking for recommendations and they just provide us certain information. So I think everything looks, this looks perfect. And then we'll go ahead and continue. Continue. Okay, perfect. So let's see what we have here. So in terms of the introduction, I'm thinking this looks good. Let me just paste this in Retell because I think it looks good. And let's just check it out here because I feel like I can see better. Okay, so here we're going to have our introduction. And again, this is just some formatting for my personal here. So one, we're going to go ahead and greet them. So thank you for calling. This is Stacy. How may I help you today? That sounds good to me. Clarifying intent. I'm going to go ahead and just remove this. Sometimes I don't necessarily like to be like so specific, because everything that we put within the quotes, she's going to repeat it like word for word. And I don't want like every single call to be the same. So I'm just going to remove them and then changing this to the user. And then here we're just going to have if the user has a specific vehicle, or if they're just looking to browse. Okay, so I'll go ahead and leave this. So that seems good to me. Let's go ahead and move on to the next portion of this conversational flow. Everything good so far, guys?
Yeah, why does
Right.
your Google say you're offline though?
I have no idea. It's been saying that for for a while, but still working. Okay, so this looks, I'm just gonna again copy this, and while we copy this and take a look at it, I'm just gonna go ahead and continue. We can always come back and like edit the prompt and stuff like that. Where's Retell? Perfect. So the next portion is going to be our information here, where we're going to be gathering this information. If the user is asking about a specific vehicle, and so the first step, and something, right? I always like to have like 1, 2, just like clear steps when it makes sense. Sometimes it doesn't make sense, but for the most part, I always like to have like individual steps for all of this. So we're going to acknowledge and confirm the vehicle. I'm gonna again just remove the specific way she's saying it, just so that we can kind of see how she does it. We'll go ahead and provide the specific information. Of course, we're gonna have, it's either gonna be available. Now, for when she does give the specific information, I am gonna leave this because I do want her to say, you're gonna see in the data that we have a whole lot of information. So I don't want her to sit there and be like, oh, the car's this, and like going over every single individual feature, because that's not very human-like, right? Like a human's not gonna sit there and literally give you every single feature word for word. So in that instance, I am gonna leave this this phrasing here, so that we can guide her a little bit more. And then we are gonna have if it's unavailable. So that looks good. And then lastly, we're gonna go ahead and transition to a test drive. So that looks pretty good so far. So we're gonna go ahead and pivot smoothly to providing information. And again, here she has like specific phrasing. I'm gonna just remove this just to see how she handles it. If she sounds weird, we can always come back and add it. So the next part here is going to be handling the needs assessment, right? So the user is just pretty much browsing. So we'll go ahead and work on this portion. So it's going to be our third path here. We'll go ahead and set the stage. When I remove this, I don't need that for now. We'll definitely ask the discovery questions. Now, between these, we obviously need to trigger the functions. This is where we're going to be triggering the functions, and that we'll work on that here shortly. And here, I'm going to change this to ask the user what type of vehicle they're looking for. I believe this dealership does have new and pre-owned vehicles. And then we are going to be handling probably some lifestyle there. I don't know if this is a common thing. Elvis, do you know if this is common, like for people to ask about their priorities and lifestyle when recommending a vehicle?
Well, like maybe what they are looking for is better option. No.
I would
Okay.
not ask too many questions.
Yeah, exactly.
Not too many questions. All right. So we'll delete that. But I think the main ones are going to be the type of vehicle they're looking for, right? New or pre-owned, their budget, that seems to be important there. The trade-in,
I would probably add politely.
what's that?
I'd probably ask the user politely for their budget.
We
What do you want to get?
Well, you know what? It's part of testing, right? So I'll leave it for now. And then if she is rude or she's coming up too aggressive, then we'll go ahead and change it and see how that makes a difference there. trade-in. I'm going to skip the trade-in for now. Just forget the trade-in. And then we'll just simply transition because we're still going to change this once we need to trigger that function there. So perfect. Then we're going to move on to the next part here, which is just going to be, let me see, well, my vehicle recommendation is that. Okay. So then we're going to recommend the vehicle. So this looks good. Just going to go ahead and copy this. Yeah, hopefully that prompt that I shared with you guys, it's helpful. Again, this is kind of like a good starting point for me. Hopefully you guys find it helpful there as well. So we'll go ahead and introduce the vehicles. I am going to leave this here. I'm going to leave the way she's like saying it, again, because we're going to have a whole bunch of information. We'll definitely justify that. I think gauge interest also looks pretty good to me. And then we're going to go ahead and transition into the test drive. And I'm just going to delete this for now, just to see how she says it. We're almost done with the prompt, guys. So just a little bit longer here. And then really our last step here is going to be secure that appointment. Let me see how it's wrote it. So we definitely want to propose the visit directly. I'm just going to delete this. Here's where we're going to be triggering the actual function for scheduling an appointment. And I'll show you guys how to handle that. We're going to be using cal.com for that. We don't even need to handle indecisions for the times, because if they want to book an appointment, they shouldn't really be anything. So go ahead. And then simply we'll set expectations here. And then we have path B, which is going to be I'll go ahead and listen for Q, so that's okay. Then we'll go ahead and pivot to the email. I'm going to leave that there. We obviously do need to capture information, and then we'll go ahead and confirm that. So I'm going to save this so far because I would hate to lose this. And then lastly, we have our closing. So we're almost done wrapping up this whole prompt here. Okay, and then we have we're going to send that email. If no action was taken, I guess that could happen if they might not want to do either one of those. So I'll go ahead and leave that there. Perfect. So that's looking good so far. See what else we got. Oh, damn, I should have continued. Check out the prompt here. It's looking good so far. We're not getting, we're like halfway towards the 3,500 token limit there. So we're still good. We just got a couple of more sections to add. Like we need to handle the responses, possibly some scenarios where like customers are angry. We might want to transfer those over to an actual human. So we just need to take this into account. for the response guidelines, I actually have a specific way that I like to do it, but let's go ahead and kind of go through some of these and see if this is going to work for us. And if not, we'll go ahead and change this. So let me see, it's asking for input. So she should avoid overly technical jargon. That looks good. Acknowledge, that seems good to me. So I'm just going to go with the recommendations provided by Gemini. Now, as part of these recommendations, we do need to add kind of like repeating back the emails because we are going to be collecting an email, right? So we need to repeat that back, possibly phone numbers. So we're going to be tweaking these a little bit, but at least now we're done with our conversational flow. I'm just going to add a little spacing here so we can see better. And we're going to add our response guidelines. And then for response guidelines, let's see. So clarity and simplicity, we can keep that. Looks good. Definitely want to ask one question at a time. We do want to show active listening, and we do want to do explicit confirmation. The other thing that we need to add to this, though, it's going to be emails. So we need to handle email. And I have a little bit of prompt here, so let me just go ahead and kind of copy this over. Let me see where I have that. Just give me a second here. Where do I have my prompt there? Okay, so let me save this really quick here. Any questions so far, guys? No? Everyone good?
Message.
I actually have a question. It's probably a dumb question, but you know, I seen you had the entire prompt, and then you're kind of formatting it in this way into the prompt in Retell. What
Mhm.
happens if you don't do it that way? If you just go ahead and just paste that entire prompt in there, would it still work, or it's not going to work the same?
It will still work, but sometimes what happens is like it gives you certain ways to say things. And the reason that I don't always like doing that is just because token usage. So yeah,
Okay.
sometimes the token usage goes too much. Sometimes it'll still work. It's smart enough that it's still gonna work. So you could do it that way. But I like to, again, watch out for the token usage. And there's also certain things that I like to add on there too. Like I'm gonna show you like right now. So as part of like my response handling, if I can just find this. Okay, so like as part of my response guidelines, I like to add this like accuracy and information portion of it here, which I'll include just so you can see. And I know this is maybe a little hard to see, so I'll make this a little, kind of give it some spacing so we could see. So we definitely want explicit confirmation there. I think I pasted this twice. We definitely want to verify like spelling and numbers. So I always like to include this. Same thing with the confirmation for phone number and then confirmation for email address. And then questioning techniques, same thing, one question at a time. And I also like to add that I don't want her to be yapping a lot. Sometimes, I don't know if you guys have experienced that, where like the agent, like she's just like talking and talking too much. I don't always like that. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the no yapping in the response guidelines here. and see how that works. We can always go ahead and tweak this a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and save this. What did I
Yes,
get
and
an error?
one thing I've particularly noticed in the conversational flow AI agents is that in a particular node, sometimes you give it instructions, right? Now, what it does is that if you tell it that wait for a response or something of the sort, it'll often utter it during the call, right? It's going to say something like pause or wait for a response. So is there any short way to like, reduce those kind of errors? One thing I actually found recently, I think just a day ago, was I just told it anytime instead of uttering pause, just utter So I saw it like, doing ums a lot. But what's one way to stop having it do that, and particularly in conversational AI flows?
So say you want to have it. Can you repeat it one more time? I heard
So
the last part.
basically, it
But
says so if you give it certain instructions, right? If you tell it, okay, ask this, then wait for a response, gauge their response, and then say this, follow up with this. It often mixes it up, so it either starts yapping, or it just starts saying those um instructions that I've given it as they are.
okay, we can go through some of it, like you mean like you're adding this, like wait for user response.
Yeah, so it's gonna just start saying it, autistically.
And you're saying it's not waiting essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. This has always kind of worked for me. And also, like, are you structuring it like on a 1, 2, 3 steps? Like, are you structuring it like steps?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So I've noticed when I structure it in steps, right? It tends to yap more for some reason. It's so weird. But I'm talking strictly about conversational AI. Sorry, conversational flow nodes. I'm not talking about single prompting.
I
Can
mean,
I
it should
jump
still
on
work
this?
it should still work within the conversation of flow. But maybe we can go after that. We can go after that. We can go over that after this.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see here. So we need some objection handling. These three seem like the most common objections. Elvis, I'm not sure your thoughts on this. What's your best price? Need to talk to my spouse and partner. I'm just looking. Is there any other ones that you think we're missing here for the objections?
It's just the price always.
Just the price? Okay.
Mostly is the price, yeah.
Okay. We'll include these here just because I could potentially see that they might want to talk to their spouse, and the I'm just looking. I feel like I'm just looking seems pretty common, but yeah. And if this is like too much, again, we'll kind of maybe we'll delete some of this if we don't need it all. Okay, our prompt is getting a little long here. Where did I paste that in?
I don't think it copied. You had made that little noise.
Did I not copy it? No. Just gonna add a little spacing here.
Hey, Alex, can you see if Tony is back in?
What's that?
Did you receive a request for Tony to join again? I think he was kicked out because he lost
Oh,
power.
really?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I just accepted him again.
thanks.
I didn't see that. Okay, so let's go over these scenarios. We got a couple of scenarios here, which is what's their best price? Let me delete this. I just like to capitalize it just so I can like clearly see, but you don't necessarily have to do it like that if you don't want to. These are really the three main scenarios that we're going over. Best price. So here we're gonna go ahead and acknowledge it. I'm not gonna go with the whole long description here. I'm just gonna keep it pretty simple. And then maybe we'll pivot to the value. Same thing, I'm just gonna delete this. And then we'll guide them to the next steps. So that seems pretty good to me. Does that sound about right there, Elvis?
Great.
For handling the price?
All is great, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna leave the action and response. So here, I need to talk to my partner. So we definitely want to validate and show understanding. I'm not in sales, guys, so I don't know if inviting the partner, like as a collaborative event, if that would be the thing.
I would leave it as simple as possible, you know, just not too much talking. Just
Not too
come to
much talking.
the dealership and that's it.
All right, you know what? Let's eliminate this spouse thing. Get rid of it. But the I'm just looking, I think I definitely want to keep that. We definitely want to reframe and then ask for some low commitment there. And I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of the exact way she's saying it. Perfect. So that looks good. We are almost done here. We got like one more section. I should continue. We got like one more section and I think we should be good. Then we'll start working on that function so that we can go ahead and pull that information from Airtable. Knowledge base, I'm going to go ahead and skip it. I added, so the knowledge base, technically we added, I can't spell continue, Jesus Christ. The knowledge base we added at the start of the prompt. So up here we have just some basic information about the dealership. And then ideally we would also just like attach an actual knowledge base here. So I'm going to go ahead and skip that portion of the prompt there. Because technically it's already there. We don't need knowledge. We'll go ahead and continue this. But although I do like using this like when it does show you the knowledge, because sometimes I might like format my context a little bit different. And then this gives me a lot of good ideas on how to format that context. So I don't always include this, but I like looking at it just to like better get a better idea of how to format the context. So for response refinement, we definitely need some response refinement, like when the user is unclear, confirming understanding. That's okay, we don't need that. But we definitely need unanswerable questions. And I think other than that, that looks pretty good. And while this is happening, I'm just going to go ahead and start working on this next portion. I just like it to be all uppercase, so kind of, yeah. And let's see what we have for our response refinement. Definitely ask clarifying questions. Perfect. That's fine. Okay, we'll continue this while we paste it. So let's see. Ask clarifying questions. We kind of handled some of this technically in the response guidelines, so I don't need to include it. We might definitely want to summarize before recommending. That seems probably about good. I don't need the example though, so we can get rid of that example. We do need a way to handle out of scope questions. So then we can defer to our expert or to, I don't know, car specialist. I think that's pretty much good for response refinement. Not too much here. But this is a great place to put, you know, the user can understand or, I don't know, a couple of other things like that. Call management, transferring calls, we don't really need that. So, well, actually we do need to transfer calls. And just out of curiosity, guys, like, is it helpful like to go through this whole prompting, or like would it be easier like for future workshops if I already have the prompt ready and like we just walk through it? I'm just kind of curious, like, what you guys find more helpful. I don't know if this is helpful, like me going through this process, or if I should just have the prompt like ready to go already. So I don't know if you guys can provide a little bit of feedback there.
Personally, just how I would like it is if you could just run that, like for 5-6 minutes and then we just move forward.
Sorry, can't hear you. Can you say that one more time, please?
Yeah,
I
so
don't know what's
my
going on.
personal preference would be, and I don't mind this at all. I'm not saying that I mind this, but if there's the prompt is ready, we just go through it together for like 5-6 minutes and then we move on to the next bit.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, we can do that. Perhaps
Going
next.
through the prompt right now did prompt more questions in the channel as well, which is also helpful. So I think it's, for me, the mindset or seeing the exercise, how to build it, it works for this case and then for future cases. If we just see the finished prompt, then we're not going to see your exercise and how to improve it. So it will be just like a copy and paste, which is not very helpful because
Baby, can you bring me some toilet paper?
Yeah, in a
Please,
second.
You need toilet paper?
Are you taking this call from the bathroom? Continue. Hey, sorry. I don't know if
No, like I said, it depends. Like for me, it is, some cases the prompt already know this, but seeing those exercises and how do you make it better and how you, build it up slowly but slowly, it does click other things that can be transferable in other cases. If you just show me a prompt and then I would just copy and paste, it's not really useful for me because all the cases are different. But I guess I understand the idea about this might take a lot of time to go through the prompt, but the prompt is one of the major important part of the AI, voice AI agent. So I think that is a good thing to have, but maybe we split the video, I guess, if you wanted to go back to it. That's just my 2 cents.
Okay. Anyone
don't
else?
know if
Any thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know if you can maybe give a recap on how you use the prompts to make Susan prompt agent.
Sorry, I can barely hear you, Evans. You're like, on my end, it sounds like you're cutting in now, or it's like very low. Can you repeat that one more time, please?
Yeah, I said, I don't know if you can make a recap maybe after you're done making the prompts to show how you use the initial prompts for making the Susan voice agent prompt.
So you want me to do a recap of how I used this prompt?
Like the prompt you are making, you used an initial prompt in Google AI Studio to make it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe you can maybe give a summary on how you use it for the people that came in late.
You came in a little bit. Yeah, I'll show you. But basically, here now we have our final prompt, right? Now we're still going to tweak this a little bit because now we actually need to work on the functions, but this gives us a good starting point. And then I think earlier to someone mention it, maybe in the future, maybe I'll have some portion of it already done. So maybe we don't have to sit here and go through it. But this really gives us a good solid foundation for everything that we need. And in terms of how we use the prompt, right, for people that weren't here, there should be a link and I will provide all the resources. But essentially, what happens once you paste this prompt, all you got to do is paste it. And this is just going to walk you through some of the use cases. You just got to provide it with basic information, what sort of agent you're looking to build, what the use case is, the industry. What would be helpful if you do also have transcripts, you can provide those transcripts to this prompt. And from those transcripts, it's going to like design a conversational flow based on the actual transcript. And it'll also pick up like the verbiage and the language that perhaps that human is using in that transcript. Now, in this instance, we didn't have a transcript, so I just provided it very basic information, but it's going to take you through like, I think it's like 9 different components, right? Where we have, and you can see here, it first gives us, what our agent name, what our intended use, the target industry, if you have that. Then what it does, it maps out the conversational plan, right? Like the different components of the conversation, which in this particular instance, it's going to be asking about we're going to greet them. We're going to determine what sort of what they need help with, right? Like, are they looking for a new vehicle? Are they looking for recommendations? Whatever that may be, whatever information we need to collect from that. So this is really taking us through designing the whole conversation out. Like I said, it's not going to be perfect, but this is really going to get us like 80% of the way there. And it's also very helpful to, it'll give you some ideas. Maybe you hadn't thought about a certain use case or a certain scenario. This will walk you through all of that. So that's kind of how I'm using this prompt. And again, the link should be somewhere in the chat. And if not, if someone can paste it, or Luigi, if you can paste that, please. But yeah, that's all we really got to do. Like the most difficult part is just providing what the agent does, right? So the agent name, the intended roles, and the primary use cases. And again, if you have transcripts, those are very useful. And from that, right, we can see that now we have a whole prompt. It's taken us through different phases where we're designing the conversational flow, we're designing the style guardrails or persona, whatever it is that you want to call them. And it's pretty much giving us everything that we would need. Again, not going to be perfect, but it's really going to get us 80% of the way there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, perfect. So we got our agent here. Everything is looking good so far. I'm going to add a couple of functions. Now we need to start working on our functions, right? We need to be able to search our database. So we are going to be searching this particular database here, which you can see we have a whole bunch of cars. By the way, I've never heard of this brand right here, Skoda. I don't know how to pronounce it, so that's an interesting one. But we have all of our.
Welcome to Europe, Alex.
Is that really? I've never heard of it. It's like first time. Like
it's a European name, yeah.
And it seems like it's so popular.
It's Opel, yeah.
Most of these cars are Skoda, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So on here in our database, we can see we have pretty much all the information that would be helpful, that you would expect to have, in a dealership, including images, all sorts of stuff here. So now we're going to build that custom function. So let's quickly do that. Now we also need to add an end call. So that's going to be our default. We also need to add a transfer function, right? Because if like the user is angry or they want to speak to a human, whatever that may be. So we'll go ahead and add a transfer. For this, I'm just going to put, I don't know, I'll put my phone number. I don't know what other number that is. I'm going to do a call transfer, and I always like to do the transferee's number instead of the retail number because that might not be the most helpful. Then we need to add a function for checking the car, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm just going to create a custom function here. I'm going to call this check, I don't know, call this check car as an example. I'll give this description. Okay, I can't spell.
Is it important for AI that the description is filled out, or can it be left blank?
It can be left blank. Yeah, honestly, you could leave it blank, and that would be okay.
Okay, because I would leave it blank, yeah.
But I would say I like to still provide a description just to like make sure that it always uses it. Because technically the function, we're going to be specific when we're going to use it. Like right now, we're going to make some tweaks to the prompt, and we're going to say trigger this function at this specific point. But I still like to add a description. Theoretically, though, it will work without it. But I just like to be specific. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Next, for this, I am going to be using N8N. So we do, again, this is going to work with Make or whatever you're using. So I'm going to go to N8N. Talking there. Okay. Muted you a little bit. So let's go ahead and create a workflow. I'm just going to call this Retell Auto. Check car. Now for this too, and you guys can tell me, technically I already have the function done. Like, is it helpful? Like, do you just want me to paste the function, like the whole workflow and go through it? Or do you guys want to build it from like every single step? Up to you. It's not that long, but I'm just curious what you guys
every step.
Yeah, every step. All right. Let's do it. So here, we're going to be making a post request. So I'm going to be using the webhook. We need to be able to create a webhook for our custom function. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to change this HTTP method to post. Now, I will say I don't know if you guys noticed, but Retell recently updated their custom functions. So you can make more than post requests. Before it was only a post request. Now you have all these different methods of stuff that you can do. We can also add custom headers to validate this request, even query parameters. It's extremely helpful. And you guys, also, we can also send like a form. So this is another useful thing. Instead of just JSON, I'm going to be using JSON, but we have a form. And one thing that I really like is saving the information as a dynamic variable. This is extremely useful, and I think it's been requested a lot. I know I certainly asked for this. So this is something really great and something that I really like that Retell has recently done. So let's go ahead and get that URL for this post request. So I'm just going to copy my production URL. I don't need to copy the test. I'm just going to copy production. Now for the response, we do need to respond when the last node finishes. You can use response when respond to webhook node or the last node finishes. I like the last node finishes. That's just personal preference, but both will work just as fine. And then later on, we can add some headers and we can validate for the headers. For now, I'm just simply going to paste this in here. Now, we need to add JSON schema, right? So this is the information that we need to collect from the user. And this, I am going to walk you through this just a little bit because this will certainly take quite a bit of time for us to kind of go through it. So I'm just going to paste this and then I'm going to show you, I'm going to tell you like what's happening here. So give me a second. We'll kind of go through this right here. Where to go? So let me make sure. Let me just save this in case. Why did I get a status 400? What happened here? Why is this giving me a status 400? I don't like that. Let me see if I paste this in here. Will it work? Okay, perfect. So that worked. But let's go through this custom object. If you guys are not super familiar with JSON schema, this one's going to be a little bit long, which is why I'll kind of quickly go through some of the stuff that we're doing. So essentially what we're saying here is that we're going to be collecting a couple of properties. Now, those properties are going to be, and some of these we don't even need, but some of these properties are going to be things like optional equipment, right? So the user might say, hey, I'm looking for a car with, I don't know, I can't really think of anything, but like a stereo or whatever that might be. We don't need images. So we can go ahead and get rid of images because the user is not going to say they're looking for a specific image. So that's okay. We do need a full model name, right? So a user will say something about, give us a full model name. So we can certainly use them. Same thing with some sort of vehicle data that we might get. Things like the vehicle type, the exterior, like kilometers and things like that. Now here, I'm not going to make it required. The reason we don't want to make it required, because if you make it required, it will ask for those things. It will tend to ask for those things. And in this instance, we don't necessarily need to ask for that. So I'm just going to delete this. But we might want, we don't even need empty weight, right? Like, I don't think people are asking what the empty weight of the vehicle is. It seems weird. But we would need exterior vehicle, driver, obviously the fuel consumption, number of seats. We'll leave this. The cylinders, horsepower. We don't need to know if it's a direct import or anything like that, so we can leave that. Car number. So this website has like a specific number for each vehicle, which it's right here. We take a look at the dealership. There's like a specific car number. I suppose people could call and say, "Hey, I'm calling about car 245332." I don't know if that's common. What are your thoughts there, Elvis?
No, it's not.
No?
But it would
Sorry,
be great if we could use like chatbot. Then
okay.
it would, yeah.
So we can leave that there. We don't need this market approve. We definitely need to know if it's a new or a used vehicle and kilometers, right? I was looking for miles, but anyways, kilometers. It's flying. I don't know about displacement. We can remove that. CO2 emissions. I don't think people care about CO2 emissions, but maybe I'm wrong. I'll
They
leave
do.
it. They do?
They don't.
Oh, they don't. Okay. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. Warranty, they might want some sort of like what I don't think people are going to call in us for warranty. So let's get rid of that too. Forget the warranty. We definitely need model, we definitely need make, and we definitely need pricing. For the pricing, we can leave that there, and we don't need the actual remarks here. So we can get rid of that too there. Let me check something really quick here, just because I want to make sure that all this is correct.
Did you have that generated automatically? And are you using Notepad++?
I had it generated. I'll show you how I generate it. So maybe that will be helpful. I use Claude to help me generate this. JSON schema. So I literally I had like a longer schema and I provided it to it, and then it just helped me create this schema here, which is a little bit more nicer. Actually, I think I might even copy the wrong one. So I just had a Claude generate this, and the prompt that I use for this, which I will also include, is just literally be JSON schema expert. It's like the most simplest thing, but it gives us really good schema that we can go ahead and use for this. So that's what I use, Claude. You can generate this yourself. If you guys are not familiar, all this is coming from jasonschema.org. This is where the guidelines or the information is coming from. And this is pretty much like how chatbots, a lot of voice AI agents works. There's specific specifications on how this works. Same thing if you take a look at like the guides, it's extremely helpful for implementing things like that. So let me see if we can take a look at some reference. Have you guys ever been on this website or like used it? If you haven't, highly suggest you check it out, because there's a lot of things that you can do on here and the different things that you can specify. So there's different types of schema, array, objects. Right now we're using objects, but there's a whole lot of stuff that you guys can do from here. And this really helps you make, again, better, smarter agents. So if you haven't checked it out, definitely please do. So actually this one looks better. So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy this. And again, all this is saying is like, we expect to collect some of these, or we expect to collect some of this information, like a make, a full model, the pricing, whether it's been on the market, the vehicle type. We're expecting some of these things here. We might not get every single one of them, but ideally we would get as many as we can. So I'm going to do is just copy this. Does that make sense before I move on from the schema? Because we're going to use this a little bit. If anything is not clear, please let me know and I can go into it further. But does it make sense, like why we're using the schema and why we're putting these properties?
Just to clarify, we're using this dynamic custom function to send like an API to send it to another endpoint. So it's like pretty much a machine talking to a machine, correct? In layman's terms.
Yes. So in this custom function, what we're saying is like when we run this custom function, the checkr, we're going to be sending this to this particular endpoint. But we want to collect some information from the user. And that information that we're collecting is going to be formatted in a schema. And the reason that this is so helpful is because, again, it gives us fine control over the certain things that we want to do. And I'll give you an example. Let me go back to Node, to this here. Let's just take...
Can I ask one more question? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Does it leave a trail on the back end? Like if we send it to a CRM, when they send this information to the CRM, does the CRM know it's coming from Retell as well? What kind of information does it display on their side?
Yep, I'll show you. We'll actually see that
Okay.
right now. I'll show you how that looks, because all of this, what's going to happen is all of this information, as long as it's provided, when we send the call, which we're going to test out right now, it's going to come into Retell, and we'll be able to have access to all of this information. So you can get like really crazy with this and expand it. For example, it could be helpful in certain situations. There's a property called, it's called a new, I might be pronouncing that wrong, which is an array. So let's say that we always had the same models of vehicles. what this property here does, it only allows the user to select from these vehicles. So I don't know, I'm going to have a BMW, I might have Toyota, whatever that is. When the user provides us with the make, it's always going to default to this specific property. So this is also helpful for, like, I don't know, maybe you have different doctor names or you have different department names. You could use the enum property to give specific options for this. So it's very useful on schema, which again, I suggest if you ever have anything complex, you can go ahead and check out the documentation. And we're going to be building this. We're going to build another schema when we're booking the functions, when we're booking appointments. For example, another schema could be the username, the phone number, their email address, where this captures all of the user's information and sends it over to us.
Will that be a fail-safe as well? For example, if you give an options about models, and let's say the transfer doesn't gather the name of the model right as per an accent. For example, for me, if I say instead of BMW, I say BMW, will that help the transfer to really get the right model so there's no error when sending it over?
Exactly. So they might like misspell it, or they could be an error. It's going to try to match it to based on one of these specific whatever. I think I deleted it, but based on one of the options that you provided with this particular property, it's always going to try to match it, and it's not going to pick anything outside of this either. This is also helpful, like if there's certain formatting that you're expecting, right? I don't know. Let's just say that Toyota was spelled like this, right? It's going to select this versus spelling it like this, as an example. So this property here is very good. Now, we're not using it in this instance because the dealership might have models that maybe perhaps we're not taking into account. Though realistically, surely there should only be, I think the list for models can be very big. But for example, vehicle manufacturers, I don't know how many vehicle manufacturers there are, maybe like 20, 30, who knows? But technically, we could provide a list of all those vehicle manufacturers. And it's only going to select from those specific ones. So
there is a caveat to that as well, though, because the enumeration is usually meant from like coding. So if you had Toyota and then To-Yoda, and the voice model doesn't always know which one it is. So it's not like this. The enum was built before voice, right? So you just got to keep that in mind, that if you have two enumerations that are similar, then it may not pick the right one.
Yeah, if they were similar, yeah, so that could be an issue. Again, you have to kind of play and test out some of those features. But again, in this instance, we're not going to use it because we're going to be using what's called fuzzy searching, fuzzy matching. So, and again, I'll show you guys how that works, that whole fuzzy matching here shortly. So, but anyways, we have our custom function, we have our webhook, we have all the information that we could collect. And I say could collect is because you could require information, like they must provide us with this. Here, I am not, because they might not give us all this information. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave this. Now, I'm also gonna add the speak during execution, just in case the function takes a little bit of time for it to respond back to the user. We don't want to leave them like just hanging there. So we will, I'm just gonna add a little message, which I'll just copy this for now. Depending on what you're using, this is always helpful to include it, just in case there is a delay. So I'm gonna update this. Perfect. So now we have our custom function. Now we do need to add it to our prompt. And let me just make sure that everything is, I want to make sure that I'm saving this before I forget. Let's refresh this. Should be good. Okay, perfect. So now let's take a look at a prompt, because we actually need to use this function somewhere. So we're going to be using it in two different spots. So here we are collecting the information about the vehicle, right? So we acknowledge and confirm about the user. Oh, wait a minute. So here in step 1, we need to ask the user, right? So we confirm and acknowledge. Let me see. Okay, so here we can see that we're collecting some information about the vehicle. What vehicle are you interested in? If they're browsing, we're gonna ask them some questions. So all we gotta do is trigger this before step 2, or we can even add it to step 1. That's okay. We can do something like trigger the function. And this function is going to be called check car. And I think to earlier who was asking about if you need to add the description, this is kind of the reason why you don't always have to add description, although I think it's best practice because you're being you're telling it when to use a function. So, and again, here we're collecting the information when we're clarifying the intent. So ideally at the start of the conversation, they told us, hey, I'm looking for a Mercedes-Benz, and then we check the car. So that's where this is coming from. The other place that we're going to use this is right here, right? We're asking if the caller is browsing, we're collecting all this information, even their budget. So here, I'm going to add a step 6. Then we can trigger the function. So we can say once the information is collected, we can trigger. I can just copy this. I don't know why I'm doing it over. We're going to go ahead and trigger that function there as well. I'm going to save this. So that looks good. Now, another thing that we need to handle, let me actually say this. Now, we do need to add a little bit of error handling because there could be a possibility where we're searching for a car and there is none, right? So we want to be able to add some error handling. And the way we can do that is just by adding a little line item down below. So if we could say if there is no car available, so if we can't find that specific vehicle, ask the user to select another one. Well, we can inform the user and ask them to select another one. Same thing down here, right? Once the information is collected and we check the car, we can do the same. Just like that. Perfect. So that looks good to me. Let's go ahead and save this. And let's finish building out our workflow here. So all I'm going to do, we selected the last node, have our workflow. Now we do need to connect to Airtable here. So I'm going to click on Airtable. We're going to add our Airtable node, and we are going to get, let me see, what are we getting? We are getting search records. I believe we're going to use search records. Now I already have my credentials added to this. You just need to add your credentials to this. Do you guys know how to add the credentials here in N8N, or would you like me to show you?
Yes.
Show you?
No, I know.
Okay, cool. So I'll go ahead and move on. Here, we're just going to simply search for a specific vehicle. Once you connected your credentials, what's going to happen is you're going to see all your different databases here. So we're going to be working with this dealership database. And then we are going to be working with this particular table. And all we want is to return all the objects, right? We want all the data that is provided by Airtable. So we want however many vehicles, if it's 47, 49, whatever it is, we want all that data. So we can go ahead and test this out. Now we can actually even test this out manually. I'm going to just add a manual trigger just so that we can test out and make sure that the Airtable is working correctly. So I'll go ahead and test this out. Perfect. And then I'll test this. And what we should get is all the data, right? So we can see that we have 49 items and we have all of the information about all of those vehicles that we got. So that looks good. Now, the next step is we need to we essentially need to create a code node, and we're going to be using a code node. Now, I already got the code for this because this one is going to be a little intense. So I'll go ahead and paste this in here just so we can see. So let's make this a little bit bigger. what happened here? That is not what I wanted. Okay, why does this? Give me a second. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this in here, just like that. It's quite a bit of code, but essentially what we're doing is we are setting a criteria. What we're saying in the first part is because we're using fuzzy matching, we're giving specific pieces of information more value over other. As an example, make is going to have the highest value, right? And model. Like if someone calls us for a Mercedes Benz, you know, AMG, whatever that is, it's going to have a higher value in terms of fuzzy matching versus something like placing on market, right? Which means just new or used, or the fuel type. So here we're just setting a criteria for fuzzy matching. Then we're taking all the fields that we got from Airtable. So all of the information that was previously provided, we can see if we take a look at the Airtable, we can see that we have all of this stuff like make, type, model, all of these things, and we're just matching them. We're just saving them to this. So we're just basically making a map of that. Then for recommendation, what we're saying is like the fuzzy matching, like the numbers between 1 to 5, it's like how close do you need to get to that? So technically we could adjust this, and depending on how we adjust it, it's going to be harder or easier. Then we're just simply getting the arguments. And this is, I think, I forgot who was asking about the data. We're going to see where these arguments are going to come through. And then we have, you know, you can kind of think about a little algorithm here for scoring. And then depending on the information that the user provides us, we're going to score it and find a vehicle that matches, that matches close to that. You have a question? I think it's Blue Eggs.
All right. All right. Yeah. So, are you using Notion? That's my only question.
What's that?
How are you editing the JavaScript? What did you paste it into? Is this Notion? This is expanded. Okay, I thought you pasted it into
It's just an item. It's just our code node here.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna call this my car. I'll go.
Can you explain the run once for all items thing on the mode?
This right here?
Yeah.
Basically, it's going to take all the values and then literally just like run one time instead of running for individual items. So if we had multiple items, it's going to run separately with each item, but we're just taking all the data in all at once instead of each item. Like we don't need each item, right? We're taking all the data, all of the individual items. Like if we were running like once for every item, there's 49 items here. We don't need to run this 49 times. We only need to run it once and include all those items there. So that's why we're using that. Sometimes it could be helpful to run for each item, but in this instance, we want all the data, right? Because we don't want to be looking at every individual item and putting it through the algorithm. We want to take a look at all the data together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so this portion here, it's just basically scoring it. We set our scorecard right here. You can kind of think of this as scorecard. And that's what this bottom portion does. And again, you can put this like in Claude and I'll really walk you through it, but it's just scoring it for us and trying to get to as close as possible for it. Now we do have slightly two different scoring. So here we're taking the vehicle, we're taking the different criteria, and it's just kind of like looking through all the different pieces of information provided, like the make, the model, the full mode, all sorts of stuff. And then lastly, we're just extracting that information. And this one makes sense once we actually run it. We're just extracting that information, finding the best match, and then returning it to the agent there. So again, this will make a little bit of sense once we actually run it. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. Now, we do need to make sure that there was actual information that matched here, right? Because we might not get anything, or there might be some sort of error. So we want to handle that. And the way we're going to do that is through an if statement. So it's going to be if, and then we're just going to call this car available.
Sorry, Alex, you're doing the fuzzy match after. Does that mean you're just basically doing a select all on the Airtable?
Yeah, we're downloading all. So here we're returning everything. And we are pretty much checking we're checking all of the records. Is that
So
what you were
obviously,
asking?
yeah. So obviously, if there's 15,000 records in there, it's gonna take more resources. Just be aware of that.
It would take a little bit more resource, right? So maybe perhaps that would be some sort of other optimization that we would have to handle if it is taking quite a bit of time. Like if you do have 1,500 cars, that can be a lot. That can take a little bit of time, especially just from downloading them and then searching through them. In that instance, if we did need to do something like that, then perhaps we would have to use maybe like an actual database or slightly different ways to handle that. Now here,
I mean, I actually have, sorry to interrupt, I actually have built something very similar that checks the year, make, model of cars. I mean, I did it in Make. I can share that maybe afterwards, but it works really fast, and it's like, I think it's like 50,000 rows. It's quite a lot because it's a pricing schema that I'm checking.
oh, perfect. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I don't know. I mean, I'm
if you
sorry
want
to
to share
interrupt,
that.
but it does work pretty well, and couldn't share that, I guess.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you for that. And yeah, I think that's going to come with testing, right? Like we would have to see if it is taking too much time, then we would have to figure out a different way to do it. Currently, I'm self-hosting N8N, so we do have a pretty buff server, so it should handle it. If you're on the cloud, it should still handle it, but again, testing.
Yeah, you also have to consider concurrency too, right? If it's a phone agent and 5 people call and do, right? So yeah.
Absolutely, and that is a great point, right? We do have to think about concurrency there. If all of a sudden we have 500 people are calling in and everyone is checking, that could be add a little bit of delays. Again, our server's pretty buff, so it should definitely handle all of that. I think it's going to depend on your setting. If you're like self-hosting it and you're like using like a $7 plan, it's probably going to run out of memory and you're going to run into issues. So yeah. So here, all we're doing is we're checking for matches, right? This matches count, and you're going to see how this works once we trigger it. We're just wanting to make sure that there's at least one match, which this is going to mean that it's true. We're checking to make sure that there's at least one match. And if there is, great. We're going to go ahead and return some information. And if there's not, then we're going to return an error. So this way, we're handling both scenarios, and we can provide the user with some sort of next steps.
Question: that matches count, does that just return a 1 if it's true, or should that be greater than or equal 1?
Great catch. It's actually supposed to be greater or equal to 1. So thank you for catching that. And I believe it's actually going to return a number. We'll test this out once it checks, but it's actually a number. You're right about that. So it's going to be greater or equal to 1, because we could have, right, technically we could have 10 matches and we want to return all those. So that is correct. Thank you for catching that, Tony. So this is going to be our successful, right? It means that we found something. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to return something. Again, this is going to make a little bit of sense once we actually run it. But we're just returning the matches here. Again, bear with me because this will make sense once we run it. Then we also want to run a code node for an error. So we might have an error here. And for this error, we just want to return a message. So I'll go ahead and add a message. This message might say something like, sorry, we couldn't find that car. Maybe we can ask him if there's another one you want to search for.
Could not find the car.
Oh, yeah, we could not. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so we have our function. Let's go ahead and test this out and see how it works. I'm going to turn it on. Everything is saved. I don't even need to test it manually. Yeah, it's okay. I can leave it. It's not going to affect anything. So click save. Now let's go ahead and call this agent and let's see how it's all working so far. Hopefully you guys should be able to hear the audio. I believe you should be able to. Oh, user initiates. Yeah, I don't want that. I want it to be the agent speaks first with the dynamic message. So I forgot to update that. Let's go ahead and test this out now.
Thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey, Stacy. I'm looking for a Mercedes Benz, like a 200 AMG or anything you have close to that.
Let me check our inventory for a Mercedes-Benz 200 AMG or something close to that for you. Great news. We have a used Mercedes-Benz E200 AMG Line 4 Matic Coupe in stock. It's a stunning polar white with a black and white Napa leather interior. It features a panoramic sunroof, blind spot assist, rear view camera, and comes with both summer and winter tires. It has 40,500 miles and is priced at $45,500. Would you like to schedule a test drive to experience it firsthand?
Can you actually, what about a BMW? Do you have any BMWs? Like any model is fine.
I can definitely help with that. To find the perfect BMW for you, may I ask what type of vehicle you are looking for? For example, a sedan, SUV, or something else.
I'm really open. I like the whole BMW line. So any BMW, I just want it to be new.
Got it. You're interested in a new BMW and you're open to any model. What budget range are you considering for this new BMW?
Well, you know, I'm a big baller, so up to 500,000, anything.
Thanks for sharing that. So you're looking for a new BMW with a budget up to $500,000. That's great to know. Okay, this is very helpful. Based on everything you've told me, I have a couple of excellent options in mind for you. Would you like me to tell you about some of the top BMW models we have available that fit your criteria?
Yep, please do.
Based on your interest in a new BMW and your generous budget, I recommend checking out the BMW M8 Competition Coupe and the BMW X7 M50i SUV. The M8 Competition Coupe offers thrilling performance with a powerful engine, luxurious interior, and advanced tech features perfect if you want a sporty high-end coupe. The X7 M50i is a spacious premium SUV with 3 rows of seating, top safety features, and a smooth ride. Ideal if you want luxury and versatility. Does either of these sound like a good fit for what you're looking for?
All right, I want to end the call. Let's check the status of these calls here, and let's see what we actually get. So if we take a look at our executions, I mean, so far that kind of worked out, so not too bad. But here we have our first call. We take a look at this webhook, and I forgot who was asking, but you mentioned like where are we getting these values from the they're under here, right? So let me go back really quick to Retell. Whatever you put in your custom functions, all of these different things, these are going to be, they're called args. So all of these are going to populate if the user provided them. They're going to populate within the webhook. So we can see that we have an arg called full model, which is the exact same name that we provided here, right? So we have, I believe we had exterior, equipment, seats, all that stuff. Full model name, right? So this is going to be the name of the arg, and that is always going to be under names, just like this, right? So we have the body of the call, we have all of the rest of the information that happened, even our transcript. We have the name of the function that we triggered, which is going to be this one here, check car, and then we have the args, and we can test it by providing more, right? Whatever you provide is always going to show up under args. So in this instance, here we had full model name. Now I think perhaps we got to do a little bit of fine-tuning there, right? Because it gave us Mercedes, and you know, technically it should have been Mercedes-Benz as a make, and then maybe like 200 AMG as the full model name. But it took this, we got all of our records from Airtable, and then this went ahead and found it, right? The search criteria for this was going to be the full model name. We can see that this was, it searched for 49 vehicles. It was able to find, let me see, what do we have here? 5 matches, it looks like. Let me see that that's, make sure that that is correct. So we did have 5 different matches. And we pretty much have all of the information related to the specific vehicle. Then, obviously, it was found, right? We did find more than one match Again, this is provided right here, match count, which was more than 1. And then the success, we simply return that. So here we have vehicle, and it's giving us a score. So for each vehicle, it's telling us which one is the most likely, the one that we're looking for. So this vehicle here, the very first one, we can see that, let me, kind of a lot of stuff here. So let me minimize this. We can see that it gave us a specific score. Then the next one, same concept. Oops, let me make that smaller. We can see that we have another score for that as well, and so on and so forth. Pretty much for every single one of them, we have a score for that. Does that make sense? On what happened there? Any questions, guys?
But you didn't tell the model to return the higher scores first, right? So right now it's just, is it doing it sequentially, or what is it doing?
It should be returning the highest scores. So let me see, what do we have? Score. So this one is 4.8, right? So that's the first one. And this one is 2.4.
Okay, so it's coming sequentially highest.
Yeah, it's always going to return the highest one first. So that's why she told me, right? I think if we take a look at the transcript of that conversation, which let me go back. I believe she did give me the correct model there. So we take a look at our web call. Also in your web call, this is a great place to debug any sort of issues, right? We can see that we have the tool call. I asked for the 200 AMG. We have all of the results, which is a whole lot of information for this. And then it provided me with the information, right? So 40,000 miles, priced at 45,000. Now, maybe perhaps an issue here that we would have to fix, right? Because after that, I asked for a BMW and there was no tool call, right? So it didn't trigger a tool call, and it actually just made up stuff. We can see that there is no function being triggered here, right? So that would be part of our debugging. Like, why didn't you check, right? So we would have to perhaps add something like that to the prompt so that we do check for other models there. And then we can verify that, we can just quickly verify that this is the correct information. I want to make sure that it's accurate to Airtable. So we were looking for a Mercedes. Let's arrange these by we only really have these right here. And here it is, the Mercedes-Benz 200. I believe she did say, oh, what happened to my thing? Okay. So there it is, 40,000 miles. And this placement, I don't know what this placement means. Oh, and then here's the selling price, 45,000. So it was provided accurate there. And we can give this, let's try the recommendation now. So let's see if that works there. Let's go ahead and give it another call.
Thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey, Stacy, I'm looking for a new car.
I can definitely help with that. To find the perfect vehicle for you, I'll just ask a few quick questions. What type of vehicle are you interested in? For example, a sedan, SUV, truck, or something else?
I'm actually interested in a sedan, ideally black, with 4 seats or 5 seats.
Got it. You're looking for a black sedan with 5 seats. Would you prefer a new vehicle, or are you open to pre-owned as well?
No, I want it to be new, and I want it to be automatic.
Okay, a new black sedan with 5 seats and automatic transmission. That's clear. What budget range are you considering for this vehicle?
Like 100,000.
Checking for a new black sedan with 5 seats and automatic transmission within a $100,000 budget. Based on what you've told me, I have a fantastic option for you. A new black Volvo XC 62.0 T6 T Plus Black Edition with all-wheel drive. It has 5 seats, automatic transmission, and a panoramic sunroof. It also includes premium features like a Harman Kardon hi-fi system, heated seats front and rear, keyless drive, and a 360 degrees camera. The selling price is $56,900, well within your $100,000 budget. Does this sound like it could be a good fit for what you're looking for?
What else do you have? I mean, that sounds pretty good, but I'm kind of curious to see what else you have. Do you have another option besides that?
Absolutely. I can look for another option for you. Just to confirm, you want another new black sedan with 5 seats and automatic transmission, correct?
What about a gray sedan? Do you have a gray sedan instead?
Thanks for that. Let me check for a new gray sedan with 5 seats and automatic transmission for you. I found a great alternative for you. A new gray Volkswagen Touareg 3.0 V6 TSI PHEV R. It has 5 seats, automatic transmission, all-wheel drive, and a luxurious Puglia leather interior. This model comes fully equipped with features like a panoramic sliding roof, heated and massaged front seats, a 360 degrees camera, and advanced driver assistance system.
Let's check to make sure that function was called properly. So let's take a look at our call history. Any thoughts so far, guys, on any of that? So we did make a tool call. It did give us a recommendation. So it did find one here. And then we did ask for it again. Here's all the information that we sent over, and it did find it again. So that is working. And if we take a look at the execution logs, let me go ahead and refresh this.
Alex, why was that in red? What's the significance of the red color in the tool call in the log?
I think it just changes it so that you just like see. That's a
So
great
when
question.
I've looked at my logs, I don't think I've ever seen red. Maybe I just don't know.
I've seen red and I've seen green too. They usually alternate.
Okay.
I think it's
I don't know if I have.
either each tool invocation. Like for example, it's going to check availability on calendar. Every time it checks, it's a different color, so you know which one is what.
Maybe I just didn't notice it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but I've also seen it green. It's also come up green before. But let's take a look at our logs, because here, so we have both requests that came through. And what we should expect now is to also see different args, right? Because I provided more information. So we should expect to see different args. So we can see the first one. And this is what I meant, right? All of the information that we added in our custom function is being passed over to us, and we can access this information. So we have the gearbox, pretty much everything that we had requested there. Same thing if we take a look at the other recommendation. We have exterior, all the same stuff there. So that seems to be working properly. Any thoughts, questions on anything so far?
What's the what's the access token thing on the webhook when you're looking at the output? I saw there was like some access token thing. Is that necessary for N8N or? Yeah, right there under opt-in signed URL. Is that from Retell or what's that? Where's that coming from?
This is actually provided by Retell.
Okay.
Yeah, all of this is just coming directly from Retell. Now we could use the access token, and that's a great catch there. Actually, I hadn't even noticed that, so maybe this is something that they recently added to it. But
Maybe
we
it's
could use the access
encryption?
token to, yeah, maybe we could use this to verify that it's coming from this, so we can use that as verification.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Let's make
Did
sure that
they
it's
have that
actually
before? Because actually that makes sense then, because before they didn't have the headers in the
no,
web
but
calls.
before we would check the Retell signature
Oh, it's a signature
for
before instead.
authentication. So good catch there, because actually I hadn't even noticed the access token. And it does seem like it's the exact same access token. So
Exact same as which one?
I wanted to make sure that like all the requests have the same access token, right? So we can see that this one is starting in I got them. It starts in EY and ends in EDKMO. Right, so we take a look at the other one, it should be the exact same one.
So it's not encryption.
Because yeah, EY, EDKMO. Right. And same thing with we take a look at those functions, and we can add this as part of our checking for security, right? Because we don't want people to be making function calls to our endpoint and it's not us, right? So we could add
That's
that
different.
as actually it's a different one.
So maybe it is the encrypt. So you can just encrypt it and just verify.
So I'm gonna have to check that. I'm gonna have to verify with them on the access token. I had a first time seeing the access token. So yeah. So good call there. Any questions on that so far, guys, before we move on to the next step? No, everyone pretty clear. How did you guys feel about the conversation? Maybe a little fine tuning, but
I think she sounded bored. Like yeah. But
You
it was a
think she
great
sounded-
conversation. Yeah, it's good.
you think she sounded bored? You said?
Bored. Yeah, like she didn't really want to be there. That's just because I think, adjust emotional settings or something.
Yeah, so we can certainly adjust that. I actually like to use which one is it? Flash, because it's a little bit faster. So we can go with Flash, and we can make her perhaps a little more emotional, not too much. So we can increase that a little bit. Also, as part of security, we might want to add some sort of fallback voices there as well, just in case something happens with the 11 Labs. We always have a fallback. So I'm going to add a fallback, and I'm just going to use OpenAI. If you guys didn't see that notification, Play HT is being sunsetted, so that's no longer going to be available. It's going to be replaced by something else, but Play HT has been sunsetted. So if you guys do have any sort of agents that are using it, please make sure you switch it over. It should also automatically try to replace it with one of the closest ones. But yeah, just FYI. So here I do want to add just a backup voice, just in case something happened with 11 Labs. Our agent still works.
Welcome. Alloy at your service, designed to simplify your
boring.
tasks and answer your queries.
Hello, I'm Nova, your dedicated AI guide, ready to navigate you through any challenge or question.
Okay, so far I'm liking Nova.
Hey, I'm your virtual assistant from
Yeah,
Retell.
definitely not.
Hi, Shimmer here, your friendly AI, committed to improve.
Hey, I'm your virtual assistant
Yeah,
from Retell
nope.
AI, here to help you handle all the calls.
To me, Nova sounds the best there. So I'm going to add Nova as my backup there. A couple of other things that we might want to do. It's always good practice to add some sort of headers to your agents. So ideally you would add like some sort of security, right? Because we don't want people to be making requests to our endpoint and they're not authorized to make that request. So it's always good practice to add some sort of headers. So for example, we could add something like authorization. And ideally here, what we would create is like some sort of API key, right? So I can even just have like Claude create a dummy API key. And then we'll go ahead and update our prompt so that we can go ahead and check for this specific API key. That way, again, only people that are authorized to make this request can go ahead and do it. So I'll add my API key here or whatever it is that you want to add, right? So I'm going to add authorization.
Now, could you put a dynamic variable in there and put the API key as a dynamic variable so you can swap those out periodically? Or does it have to be fixed text for this form input?
That is a great question, and we can test it out after this. That
Is
can
there
be
a
useful.
way to match the API key provided here on n8n's trigger node? Like, is there a way to generate, or is there a security mechanism in n8n so that you need a key to hit your n8n endpoint?
Well, you can technically hit the n8n endpoint if you just have the URL, right? But what's going to happen is if it doesn't match, it's going to reject it, and we'll set that up. And then I think Brian, I think you asked about that dynamic. I think that's a good question actually, whether we can use dynamic so we can even test that out afterwards. So for now, I'm just going to update this really quick, and then we'll go ahead and do a test here really quick. We'll make this
Thank
one
you for calling
snappy.
Retell Auto. This is Daisy. How may I help you today?
Hey, Stacy, I'm need to buy a new Mercedes AMG.
Excellent, Nita. Which Mercedes model are you interested in?
The AMG.
Let me check that for you. Great news, Nita. We do have a used Mercedes-Benz B200 AMG line formatic in stock.
Okay. We don't need to go through that whole thing. For some reason, I thought that my name was Nita, but let's take a look at this request. And then we can add some sort of verification to this. So here we have our request. We can minimize this. Mercedes, there's the model. And then what we should also have as part of this is going to be our authorization right here. So these are the headers that we just added, right? So what we can do now is we can add a little, I'm going to delete this because I don't even need this anymore. We could add something as simple like as an if node, right? So I could just add like an if statement here.
Alex, you can just add it into the webhook.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. What was I thinking? Authorization. Technically, we need
Be header. It'd be header
yeah,
for
that's
what you're
not gonna
passing
work. It's
in.
gonna be our header auth. We don't have one. We could create it. Yeah, let's create it. That's okay. So we'll add our authorization here, right? Which is going to be the same name. I don't know if I spelled it. I think I spelled it with a lower a though. I feel like I did. No, should be fine.
When you looked at the data, it was lower, so I was confused about that because like it must come in case insensitive for that.
Yeah, it must, and I'm pretty sure it's going to check for it, so we can do this. We'll save this. Perfect. But well, it would have to be slightly different to Brian. Well, we can worry about that after. If you did have multiple dynamic variable, that would have to be handled slightly different. But let's go with this for now. We can save this. If I check the execution, I'm just going to populate this in here just so that we can copy the data. We do have our authorization here. And if we were to test this workflow out, should work still. So let's go ahead and give this one more call. And then we can try out the dynamic variables there. It should be saved.
Thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey, Stacy, I'm looking for a brand new black BMW.
Great choice. A brand new black BMW sounds fantastic. To make sure I find the perfect one for you, could you tell me which BMW model you're interested in?
I'm open to any model.
I can definitely help with that. To find the perfect BMW for you, I'll just ask a few quick questions. First, are you looking for a sedan, SUV, or maybe a sports car?
Sedan.
Just to clarify, are you saying you'd prefer a sedan?
Yep.
Okay, got ITA brand new black BMW sedan. Next, do you have a budget range in mind for this vehicle?
No, I don't have a budget. Anything is fine.
Thanks for letting me know. So a brand new black BMW sedan with no specific budget. That gives us a lot of great options to consider. One last quick questionnaire there. Any must-have features or priorities for you, like advanced
Nope,
safety?
anything, just check.
Let me check our inventory for a brand new black BMW sedan for you. I found a great option for you. Though it's a used BMW 530D X-Drive Touring Luxury line in gray, not black, with 54,900 miles. It has luxury features like a panoramic glass roof.
Perfect. So our authentication worked correctly there. Came in, I looked for the headers, it found it just fine, and then it continued through that, right? And technically we could see if there was some sort of issue, if we like mess this up. And I test this.
Thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey Stacy, I'm looking for a BMW 530D X-Drive.
Let me check that for you. Thanks for your patience. I'm having a little trouble pulling up the details
There we have
of
it.
the BMW. I apologize.
So we can see that our custom headers there are working as they should. Any questions on that, guys? No, we're all good.
I guess I'm curious what the use case is on dynamic variables for an API key. Because you'd be pulling to the same end-to-end workflow with the same end-to-end backend or like Airtable backend and things like that. So what would the use case be for having dynamic using API keys?
I mean, I don't know what, I think it was Brian that asked. Something that comes to mind, it's like what if I want to use the same function for like multiple clients?
Yeah, but you're accessing the same database though, right?
Well, no, you could create a different, you could separate the different workflows. Technically you could, or like, let's say, maybe you're trying to book like an appointment for like the same dental practice or like multiple dental practices. I mean, I could see perhaps a use for it. I don't know what your specific use case was there. I think it was Brian that was asking that.
I guess it's James who asked it, but
Oh, James. Sorry, I thought it was Brian.
no worries. I'm sure Brian's a great guy, but yeah. So I guess the use case was just one of my previous jobs. Yeah, they wanted to rotate the keys like every month, and so it'd have to go inside each and every function and go in there.
Okay.
It'd be kind of a pain to do that. If I could just have it in the dynamic variables, I just go there and then I could swap out the keys. And so that was kind of the idea. So instead of going and finding each function, it's kind of a central location. It's probably global variables might be a better concept. And I'm not sure if Retell has global variables that they could be used dynamic. So
no, I mean, I'll show you how to do it because I'm going to show you guys something else too here.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to copy this and we'll test it out. I'm just going to put API key here.
Yeah.
That's a dynamic variable, right? So we're going to add API key. Why is this not letting me type? What's up with that? Just like that. I'll save this. Now we do need to assign a phone number to this. So I'll click inbound and I'm just going to select this phone number. We'll save it. Then what we need to do is we need to create an inbound webhook here and assign it to this phone number. This is what's going to allow us to set those dynamic variables at the start of the conversation, and we can do all sorts of things. We could pretend, as an example, that the customer has already called several times, and if we have them in our CRM, we can simply use that information to search for them in our CRM. So I'm going to create a dynamic, an inbound webhook here, and I think I already had one, so I'm going to delete this briefly. And this is super, super simple. So I'm just going to create a new workflow here. And I'm just going to call this inbound webhook. Also, sometimes, like right now, when we call the number, it picks up right away, right? Like there is no rings. Maybe you want it to ring like a couple of times. So it's like, it sounds a little bit more natural and like more human, right? Where like typically a human is not going to pick up like right away. It's going to ring like 2-3 times. So I'll show you how to do that too. And we can do that through the dynamic webhook here. So all we're going to do here is just add a webhook. Same thing. This is going to be a post. I'll go ahead and add this. Just like that. Perfect. I'm going to go back here. If we wanted to ring a couple of times before the agent speaks, which again we might want to do, all we have to do is add a wait step. So just got to click wait, and the sweet number that we have found is somewhere around like 5 to like 6 seconds, possibly even 7 seconds. You don't want it to be too much because what's going to happen there if you wait too long, the call is going to time out. So we don't necessarily want it to do that. So I'll show you. I'm going to add 7 seconds here just so we can see. And then all we would do is we need to return some code once this is done. So we don't want to respond immediately. We want to respond when the last node finishes, or you can respond with the other one too. I'm just going to add some code here, code node. And there's a couple of things that we need to send. So the way we need to respond or format our response, it's going to be like this. I'm going to go ahead and delete all this just so you can see. But what's important is we need to include an agent ID and then some dynamic variables, right? So in this instance, that dynamic variable is going to be called, I think I called it API underscore key, like this. This name needs to match exactly that, whatever we added there. So I'm just going to quickly go back here and make sure that that is correct. Yeah, so API key, so that is correct. And I'm going to copy my agent ID. One of the cool things about this too, if you guys haven't used inbound webhooks, you could send people to multiple agents using the same phone number. With that same phone number, I could send people to a Spanish agent or a Chinese agent or a completely different agent, depending on the user, on the person that's calling me. So there's a lot of things that we can do with that inbound webhook. So now I'm just going to add my API key. We're going to pass this as a value. You know, you might be pulling this from like your own database or whatever. So I'm just going to go ahead and paste that in here, just like that. And then I am going to activate this. Quick like that. We'll save it. And then let's go ahead and give this a call. What we should expect is one, for it to ring more than once. We don't want it to pick up right away. So it should ring a couple of times here. So like by now it would have already picked up, right? But we can see that it's still pretty much ringing.
Thank you. Thank you for calling Retell. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey Stacy, I'm looking for a new Mercedes-Benz AMG.
Great choice. What specific Mercedes-Benz AMG model are you interested in?
I don't know, but I know that I know the model is AMG.
I understand you're interested in a Mercedes-Benz AMG, but aren't sure about the exact model yet. To help narrow it down, may I ask what type of vehicle you're looking for? For example, a sedan, SUV, coupe, or something else?
Any AMG.
Thanks for clarifying. Just to confirm, you're interested in a new AMG model from Mercedes-Benz, correct?
Yep.
Are you looking for a sedan, SUV, or another type of vehicle within the AMG lineup?
Any vehicle.
Got it. You're open to any new Mercedes-Benz AMG vehicle. Do you have a budget range in mind for this purchase?
Any price, it's fine.
Thanks for sharing that. So you're looking for any new Mercedes-Benz AMG model with no specific budget. Do you have any particular features or priorities you want
Just
in the
search.
vehicle?
Can you just look for the car?
Let me check our inventory for new Mercedes-Benz AMG models for you. I found a great option for you. A used Mercedes-Benz B200 AMG line.
Perfect. So I'm gonna hang up. So she was a little chatty there, but it looks like that, to answer your question, sorry, I forgot who it was, James, or asked the question. It looks like it does work, right? So if we go to our call history, we just had the phone call. We can see that at the start of the conversation, we have a couple of dynamic variables. One of those is our API key right here. So we got our API key that obviously worked because we were able to trigger the function, right? So we triggered the function. We were looking for a Mercedes-Benz AMG. It was new. And then we got the result that we wanted. So it does work.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Can you,
and then again,
briefly show the API key validation on n8n? So basically it sent that API key, right? Whatever the SK thing from our inbound webhook, and then it hit our post call webhook, right? Right there.
not the post call. It hit the well, I guess what you're saying, yeah.
Or it hit this webhook, the Airtable webhook, and then and so if you on the webhook itself, like where is it validating the SK thing?
Here we have it. You see how I populated it?
Mm-hmm.
So it came through just as expected.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah. And I mean we can verify this, right? So we can mess up that key. And let me make sure I didn't actually hard code it. Just I don't think I did. Right, so we have our API key there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll even update this just to make sure. And what we can do is we can provide the wrong API key at the start of the conversation and see if we get an issue there. So our inbound webhook, I'm just gonna mess this up just like that. We'll save this, and then hopefully you guys heard like the sound, right? Like there was a couple of more rings. There was some delay to it, to the conversation. So I can even save this.
Was that actual 7 seconds? It seemed faster than that.
Yeah, it was 7 seconds. Let me just, and Ari, you have a question?
Yeah, as far as returning variables, you can return like even the phone number and all that other stuff back through that same web, even through this sequence as well. So now the incoming call will be available to the to Retell.
Absolutely. So some of the information, this is all the information that we get at the start of the call, right? The from number, the to, and then the agent ID that this is happening. So you could do all sorts of things with this. Now, if you're just looking to return the phone number, Retell already provides us with the default, which is going to be user number. So this is
it already has it back.
Yeah. So this is already there, but ideally what you would want to do is like you would want to take this from number, right? Search for them in your CRM, pull up the customer's information, and then return that.
Yeah,
That's an example.
And that happens right at the beginning of the call, so they know.
Yeah. So let's say I wanted to add, just for shits and gigs here, I could return, you know, maybe I looked them up, I found the user, I'm going to return username. Something like this. It's going to be Alex. I'll save this. And then we can use this within the prompt. So in our greeting, right, we could say, hi, and then we can use that dynamic variable name. So this should greet me by my name, like that. And now we can use it. So if I publish this, so we expect a couple of things to happen, right? We expect a delay between when we're making the call and the agent picks up. We expect to be greeted, and when we make the function call, because we're using a dynamic variable, it shouldn't allow us to call our webhook. So we should actually get an error. So let's see if that's what happens.
Thank you for calling Retail Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
How come she didn't say my name?
I want to make sure I get your name right so I can address you properly. May I have your name, please?
You should already have it, but can you search for Mercedes AMG?
Let me check that for you. It seems I'm having trouble accessing the details for the Mercedes AMG right now. Could you please confirm if you are looking for a new or used Mercedes AMG? That way I can try to find the best.
Okay, so let's see. So she didn't use my name. Let's find out why. Did I misspell this or something? I don't think I did. Let's check the call logs here. We definitely have a username. We checked the call, right? So we can see there. And we got bad requests, right? Filled within O3, authorization data is wrong. So the API key, the dynamic API key is working. So at least that validated. She should have said my name though. So I don't know why she didn't say my name. But we can fix that. But any questions on that so far? Did that make sense how we can kind of use some of these inbound webhooks?
Yeah, can you and I guess the same principle like you're using with the API key, you can have a dynamic webhook. So you can pass the webhook to the to Retell, I guess, right? That would make sense.
Yeah, that's another interesting use case. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we absolutely could do that too. So I can use something like this. I'm pretty sure I spelled that right. Username. Just so we don't have to like wait this big old delay, I'm just gonna remove this. We don't really need this. But she should be greeting me by my name instead of whatever she was saying. So let's just briefly test this out and then we can move on.
What if you try using the underscore?
Hi, Alex. Thank you for calling Retail.
Okay. So yeah, she did. What's that? Did anyone have a question? I heard somebody talking. No? Anyone?
Hey Alex, I have one question on this. So In one of my agents, I'm using it exactly like you described the username. So when a user is known, is in my database, then it would say, hey, Alex. But I have a cases when somebody unknown is calling and then the agent says, hey, username.
Perfect. I'm glad you brought this up. Excellent use case. Again, part of building production level agents. I'm going to show you how to handle that. So let's pretend that I didn't pass anything, right? That's just an empty variable. For some reason, we didn't get anything. What we can do is if we go to our fallback settings, now this might not necessarily always work depending on your variable. It might sound a little weird, but we could set up a default, just like if shit goes bad, you know, we could add something out. We don't know like what their name, so maybe I want to say, hey there, right? Because like that would kind of make a little more sense. Like, hey there, thank you for calling Retell Auto, right? Instead of saying, hey, whatever / username. So we could save that. We can publish this. And what we expect now is to, because we're not passing a dynamic variable and it's going to be empty, which is going to be false, she should say, hey there.
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
So, I mean, technically she didn't say, hey, but she should have said, hey there. And let's see if we don't leave this, right? If we, oh, you know what? Because technically I am passing something. It's an empty, technically it's empty. So I can delete this, right? That's what happened there. Technically it's empty, which it's just taking it as empty. So if I delete this, and if we just leave this like this, I think it's going to give us a behavior that you're talking about, Ivana.
Okay, username. Thank you for calling Retell Auto.
Right, so that's what happens, right? When you don't have that dynamic variable,
Yep.
right? So then we could just add a default here. We could say, hey there, as an example. We could publish this.
Hi there, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy.
And there you go.
Alex, would a space work in there?
That's
Instead of
what
null?
I wanted to ask. Can we leave it somehow blank?
Can you just put a space instead of a there?
Let's give it a shot.
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto.
It does.
This is Stacy.
Thank
How may I help?
So that's another good one, right? Because maybe you could just use the space instead of hey there, or maybe there's someone that you just want to skip. So again, part of setting our security and fallback systems, fallback.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
Variables there that you can set. That's what it looks like. You can add another variable.
The other variable was because we're using, I think you're talking about this right here, current time.
Yeah, there's only, looks like you can only set two. You can change that to something else, but it looks like, but you can, oh, I see. These are variables that are being passed. That's why they show up here. Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly.
So like if you pass another variable, it'll show up here. Got it. Okay. Makes sense.
Now these are the ones that we're actually using within the prompt though, because you'll notice that technically we're also like, there is no API key here, right? We don't have an API key. So if we did wanted to show that, we would have to somehow like add it within the main prompt. So API key. Because technically we're passing an API key at the start. So that should also be, we should also be able to do that. So right now we have API key.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
Right, because before we were only using the API key during the actual function, which it doesn't count that as a like, it's not going to show up essentially, right? We were using that here. So if you did want to still set a default for that, just make sure that you include it somewhere in the main prompt. And then that way you can go ahead and set up a default there. And let's actually even test if that would even work, right? Let's pretend I'm not sending anything. We'll save this. Let's see if it'll still populate it, because that's actually a good use case there. So let's pretend that this is going to be my default value. We'll save this, publish it.
Thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey Stacy, I saw a car on your website, the Nissan X-Trail. It's a new car. Is it still available?
Let me check that for you. Thanks for your patience. It looks like we don't have a Nissan X-Trail in stock right now. However, we do have a couple of excellent new vehicles that might interest you. One, the Skoda Kodiaq 2.0 TSI Sportline 4x4 in graphite gray. It has a panoramic roof, electric tailgate.
Okay, we'll have to take a look at that, see what's going on there. But obviously the default variable still worked. We added that, dummy data there. So when we check the car, obviously that still worked. It still came through, and we can see the value right here.
Hey, Alex, how do we, I know we talked about this before, but I don't recall the answer. How do we make, like where it says like, we got a gray four-door sedan. How do we make it like we have a gray four-door sedan that has like just a little more spacing? How do we do that?
So we can do that through like through like the style guidelines. So we had a couple of things on here. Let me see here. Through the response guidelines.
You have it in here because that responded pretty quick in that last response, right? Because I've added a couple to my prompts as well, and it wasn't listening to it.
So let me see. I had what do we have here? To response handling, response guidelines. So this is where I had it. Let's see, spelling.
That's not in there.
No yapping. So we would have to provide like an example. Because you see here, I have like the confirming numbers. So, but you want it just in general, right? Like when we're saying like the vehicle information.
Yeah, anything like if just my example is I've got like 5 names, like 5 things of options, and it just goes blah, 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 blah. Like, so for example, let's say it said blue, green, red, yellow, it'd be blue, green, red, yellow, right? But just like blue, green, red, or yellow.
Okay. I'm sure we can give that like a prompt here, and we can prompt it. Let me look at the call history, just because so I can see how she said it.
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey, Stacy, I saw a car on your website, the Nissan X-Trail. It's a new car. Is it still available?
Let me check that for you. Thanks for your patience. It looks like we don't have a Nissan X-Trail in stock right now. However, we do have a couple of excellent new vehicles that might interest you. One, the Skoda Kodiaq 2.0 TSI Sportline 4x4 in graphite gray. It has a panoramic roof, electric.
So that's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, just a little fast.
It said it a little fast. Yeah. So let me see. A couple of things that we can do. We can reduce the voice speed just in general, maybe just a little tad there. And I believe on here in this prompt too, what we also have is when we're responding with the vehicle information. I believe we have it somewhere in here. So we will go to the recommendation here. We could add maybe perhaps a little bit more spacing here. Let's see, so if that would work. But we would want something else. Oh, here it is. We could add it here, but I think that would be kind of a pain. So we would want it to be a little bit slower.
Sorry, are you saying that in wherever it is, you just add physical spaces?
Yeah, we could add, so to make it slower, one, we can lower the speed of the voice, right? So we can play with that. But the other thing is because we're introducing the specific vehicles. So in this example right here, right? And she's gonna say like, based on whatever you chose, you know, blah, blah, blah. So one thing that we could do here is we could add like spacing between these, right? So we could add like the dashes like that.
Oh, dash space. Okay.
Now, keep in mind that we're using 11 labs, right? So 11 labs gives us a little prompting guide. 11, I can't spell it. 11 labs pauses.
But if it's in the conversation one, what you're saying is use space dash space dash space where we need more.
So we could use stuff like this, which either going to be a break. We could use spacing like this, or we can use a little 3 dots. Because we're just communicating with 11 Labs API. And they provide us with how to add pauses. Which
Okay,
again,
I'll try that.
Which we could either go with this, we could go with the dashes, or this. And Retell also mentions it as well as pauses or read slowly, where we can have stuff like this. You see? So we can do that.
Okay, so it is the space dash space. Okay.
Yeah, so give it a shot, because this is actually what I use for the phone number there as well. Like when confirming the phone numbers, you can see that I'm adding. Technically, I could add a space to it, but it's just so that it's, you know, a little bit more specific.
Spaces are needed. You need to put the space around the dash. That's what it said.
Yeah. So I missed the spacing here, but we can literally do like that. Something like this.
What is, I'm just looking at that page you're on. It says, notice the double spaces between the dashes. Oh, because you need a space on each
One
side.
before, one after.
Interesting. So it is double space. So even that, Alex, you need 2 spaces.
No, one
Right,
before,
look,
one after.
You could do one.
No,
you
but
could do
go
one.
go back to the documentation. See, notice the double spaces between the dashes on the bottom. Oh, that's just a longer pause.
Yeah, this is a longer one. Yeah, exactly.
I see.
I'm just going with this one here, which is just space dash space. Yeah.
Okay.
Can we also look at the why the Nissan lookup didn't work despite the authentication working?
Yep, absolutely. Just check that out. Yeah, because we did have that car in stock, right? So what the hell happened there? I think it was the last call. It should be the last call. So full model name, Nissan X-Trail. So this is something too that I think I gotta refine. It keeps adding like the make as like Nissan, and like passing it as part of the model name, like as part of the full model name, right? When we should say it's a Nissan, the make is Nissan, and then the model is the X-Trail. So I think
that's like a prompting thing, right?
Yeah, that's a prompting thing. And then again, this is where possibly that enum property could come through. But I think that's where the issue came through. And then you see it gave me the, what did it say, vehicle value. It was able to find that one. So let's see if I'm more specific, if that would work. Because we do have that car in stock for sure.
Thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey, Stacy.
Are you interested in a specific?
Yes, I am. I've seen that you have a vehicle. The make is Nissan, and then the model is the X-Trail. It's a new car. Do you have that in stock?
Let me check that for you. Great news. We do have a new Nissan X-Trail in stock. It's a
Yeah, so that's the issue right there. Requires a little bit of prompting because it's merging it into that same one. Versus right now we did it. It's the make, now it's the model, and you can see that it actually gave me the correct information, right? If I go back here, it did find it. We can see that the score for the rating or the confidence in this is pretty high, and here we have the model.
Cool.
So, and again, we got a couple of other ones, but the score is the highest on this one. So that's the one it gives me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so this code that you have, car search algo, right? So what this basically does is it optimizes based on the user query. It gives it an order of, you know, what are the best options. That's what it does.
Yeah, it gives it a value. So it prioritizes, it's always going to prioritize things like the make, the model, like the selling price. You can change these values. And then we map them out essentially.
Right. I mean, without this, is there any way around this? So instead of, you know, adding like this code step, so if we're using something like make.com or whatever, I mean, there might be ways to integrate it into make.com as well. But is there any way that we could teach the LLM so that, you know, the data that's coming through based on what the user said makes sense of the data that you have and present it to him that way? Do you think there's a workaround there, or?
I mean, I mean, you could possibly do this. Like, we could eliminate this and like put an AI agent right here. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking. Like, I could
That's
see,
one thing. Yeah, definitely, 100%.
I could see that we could eliminate this and then just put an AI agent here and then just have it like check the data, the previous data, right? My issue with that is that then we're relying on another API. So because we have to make an API call to OpenAI or Claude for that to search. So then we would have to wait for that response, which is going to add delay.
And
So
there's an added cost to that as well, of course. I mean,
there's an added cost to it. But to me, it's the delay. And then also, what if OpenAI is down? So now we have to add a mechanism to check if it is down and blah, 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 and all that stuff. So that's why I went with the car, just, you know, we just kind of coded it. But you could use an agent. Absolutely.
Now you made that code in like using AI, correct?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, so I mean, you can use AI right now just to generate the code and then you're good.
Yep, exactly. I literally have a little prompt for that too, as specific for N8N course. Let me see here.
what would you call this? If you were to have this generated, what would you call this sort of code? I mean,
So you want to, for N8N, you want to give it a specific prompt because there's a way that you need to return information into it. Where the hell's my prompt? I didn't even give it one. So I have a different prompt, but look at this. This is even that simple. That's it. That's all it took. I actually had a different prompt that like returned it. But honestly, these models have like gotten really good. And like it knows exactly what N8N is and like how items need to be returned because it like talks about it right here. But that was it. And I've used this for like all sorts of stuff. Like
No,
you can see.
what did you tell it? You were like, so, okay, so here's the information, and you need to write me a code which is going to, like, you know, give it a score and all of that stuff.
Yep, I gave it so like the instructions for that. So this is a recycled prompt because I had one for real estate where instead of cars, it was for searching real estate properties and then telling the user about the specific property. So all I gave it was that previous prompt or that previous code node. You can see I have a bunch of stuff, but I'll show you. I think it's this one. Or is it not? Okay, you can see I've been using, okay, here we go. So I gave it an example of the code. Like I said, this code, I had used this code before for real estate. So I just told it, hey, I have the fuzzy matching. That's what it's called, fuzzy matching for the property information. So this fuzzy matching is just, it's like typically used like in programming. So it'll know what it is. I gave it the previous code and then I gave it instructions of what I wanted to do, which is like, I need you to create, you know, for searching vehicles, it needs to check the exact match, return it, or search something closest to it. I gave it like a brief example on like the pricing and just a little bit. And then I also gave it the schema that I'm going to be providing it, right? And the schema is the schema that was provided in the function. This schema. Because this schema is what's going to come in our webhook, right? So in our webhook, this is what's coming under args. So it needs to understand like what that's going to be.
Okay, awesome.
Which we have that right here. args. So I provided that to it. You can see I gave it all that schema there, which is quite a bit. And it did its thing. Obviously, you know, I went back and forth a little bit, and then it just gave me the code.
Alex, maybe I'm daft here, but you're returning 5 results, but the agent's only returning 1. Do you have it in your prompt just to say only return the first result?
It's returning it based on the score. It does return all 5.
But it only mentions 1. So in your prompt, are you saying only tell the user the first result?
Nope. It's returning them based on the score.
No, but aren't there 5 in here though? 5 matches?
Yeah, there are 5 matches. But it's using the score to determine which one is the one most likely. There are 5 matches, right? We can see them all here.
Yeah, but he's asking is the prompt. Does I think the prompt does. The prompt says only return the 2 or 3.
Okay, that's my curious. Does your prompt just say only respond with the top score kind of thing? Because otherwise, in my previous usages, it would return all values.
Okay, 2 things, right? We have for the vehicle recognition 1 or 2.
I see it there.
specific
Yeah, 1.
vehicles.
Okay, that's where it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yep, no worries. But I will also say too, depending, because part of this object that we're returning is like we're giving it this information, right? So we're telling it like, look, we're looking for a make. This is the model, and it did the same thing in the real estate. In the real estate, I wasn't telling it that, and it was just going based off the score, which is why we return a score.
Yeah, I get that, but usually I would assume that it just use all the data, and then like unless you're telling it only bring back the first score, or only bring back the one with the highest score. I was just confused about that.
Yeah. Do you want to try without this? Watch.
No, I actually like that it only said 1, because otherwise it talks too much as well, and this is too long of a result. So I like how it did it, but I'm like, how is it only doing 1 result when it's returning 5? But I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, one thing I was struggling with recently was when you give it information in the knowledge base, right? And sometimes there are moments where it retrieves data from the knowledge base. It just starts saying it in a really weird way. So the way that you formatted it in the knowledge base. So I had like a whole price breakdown of one of the products that we were selling. And if someone on call would ask the price, it would go on about, you know, what we saw it do right now, where it was like 1 blah blah blah, and then 2 blah blah blah, and then just saying in a weird way. So how do you prevent that? Do you like not give it much information for the knowledge base? Do you include it in the prompt itself?
So the list, let me see, where did I leave my response? On there, I do typically put like don't say things in a list way. I do actually put that in as part of the prompt too. Here I didn't, and oh, here it is. So typically, like sometimes I use like these very simple response guidelines or style guidelines, which I'll show you.
So regardless of whether it's pulling from the knowledge base data or whatever, it's just going to deliver it that way, right? So it doesn't make a difference. Because I saw this error recurring more when it was retrieving stuff from the knowledge base.
Yeah, I always do put like where is it at? Right here. So that's what I use, because I don't like that either. I don't like 1. It doesn't sound human, right? It sounds weird. So I do include this stuff right here.
And when you're when you're writing stuff down for in the knowledge base, is there a particular format that you follow for that, or is it more or less like just telling it about the company and stuff or the business?
I do have a format. I can show you. You pull it up, and I do have in the school community too. I literally there'll be way more videos, but on here I have one for knowledge base. It's like 11 minutes.
Love it, awesome.
And it goes through that, but I can show you an example. Give me a second here, and I'll pull one up. I try to keep it like as simple as possible, so my knowledge base will be formatted like this. Like, that's really it. Like for example, this is for a service, right? So the different services that I might have, or the different treatments or whatever it is that you want. So I'll typically format it like this. I'll give you another example here, and I'm not including like numbers. So this is for treatments and hairstyles. So that could be another example of the way that I might format that. I try to keep it as simple as possible, and I just include it as text. So it's just a text file. Like PDFs and stuff like that, it's best to just include it as text. This is also when speaking to retail engineers, it's best text file. So this is the salon information if I wanted to. And the way that I include that in the prompt, or like I'll show you. So if I take a look at my knowledge base, you can see that they're all just text files. And I just have all the different services, just like that. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Hey, Alice, can you go back to the agent? I just want to see what your current price is on that because you're over the 3,500.
Yeah, I sure am. So it is.
What is the price on right now? No, if you put your over the, yeah, that one.
So that's how much it is. It's like what, 7 cents more?
Yeah, it's.
So if I were to delete, and again, this is what
it wasn't 7 cents, was it? That was 0.02, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, 0.0. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's not absorbent. It's not crazy.
It's not crazy, exactly. But still, again, that's why it's like sometimes you kind of gotta go back and refine it a little bit, right? Like if I were to delete all this stuff, just gonna copy that, save it. And then we're still above. So I don't know. I'm just gonna pretend that I'm really gonna remove a lot of this stuff. Save it. So it drops a little bit. We can see that it's the same, 16. So yeah, 7.07 more.
Thank you.
Yeah. So hopefully that's helpful. Cool. So are you guys still down to continue with the booking now in cow.com, or how's everyone feeling? We might not get through the post-call analysis because that will probably be like another hour and a half, and I realize we're already like 3 hours deep. But how's everyone feeling?
Let's get her.
There is no retail one today, correct?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
So if there is, I don't think so. I think it's I think it's just me.
Okay, good.
So yeah, but everyone wants to continue. Everyone feeling good here? Is this helpful for you guys?
Yeah. Well, we haven't tested the transfer call when the user is angry or stuff like that.
Say that one more time. Sorry, I didn't quite understand you. Can you repeat your question, please?
Early on the prompt, you added a transfer call in the function, so we haven't tested that when the user is angry.
The function call. Yeah, we can test it out. But what we'll do is what we can do is we'll test out the function call.
User's angry, like if the user's mad or something like that. Is that what you're asking, Evans?
Yeah.
So what we can do is, let me see, what do we have here? Scenario handling, right? So we can literally, and again, this is we might have to cut a little bit of stuff here. So we can add some sort of call management, handling frustrated or angry callers. Then we can trigger the function transfer call. Now this is transferring to me, so I'm gonna have to put someone else's number here so that it's obviously not gonna work otherwise.
Luigi,
you're gonna be the
Yeah, what's up? Send it
You're gonna
over here.
You're gonna be customer support and try to calm me down.
What do you want me to do?
I'm just gonna transfer it over to you. We're gonna test out the function call. So
Oh,
we'll test out
okay.
the function
Yeah,
call.
yeah.
We'll handle the booking. And if anything, we can I can do another workshop on the whole post-call analysis there. So let's handle this. So let's give us a call.
Hi, thank you for calling Retail Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
So we can handle this multiple ways. You've really, I don't even know how to be angry right now. I don't know how to be angry, but can you transfer me over to a human?
I understand, and I'm here to help. I'll transfer you now to one of our human agents who can assist you further.
Hello, what do you want?
Yeah, there you go. So there you go. Simple transfer. I don't know how to, I don't know how.
Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so let's handle the last thing here. We'll handle booking the appointment, right? The person wants to schedule this appointment. So I'll show you guys how to do that. That shouldn't take very long, maybe like 20 more minutes. And then we'll wrap this up.
Hey, Alex, I have one question on transfer. I haven't used the warm call transfer yet. If you do a warm call transfer and the person on the end doesn't answer, what happens?
It comes back and it gives us a status like we couldn't make your call. It works with either one, warm transfer or whatever's.
Okay, and then can you put conditional logic in there somehow to say if it doesn't reach that person, then try a different person?
Nah. Well, then you have to add conditional logic within the prompt itself.
The prompt can handle that though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a setting called dynamic routing that I think would answer that, Tony.
Well, that's
I've never
different
seen
though,
that.
because the dynamic routing, it's when you start the conversation. So, so let's see. Technically, you could still use the same function. I get what you're saying. Let's see.
What does dynamic routing do?
So, yeah, so you could use it and have a video on that too. Just FYI, somewhere in here. God damn it. Or have I not uploaded it? I did create a video on it, so I'll upload it, but we can test it out real quick. So dynamic routing, so could be for, I don't know, I'm gonna need someone's phone number, so if you can type it in there. So if user wants to reach, I don't know, the tire department. We're gonna
This is a
transfer.
prompt.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
in here, what are you saying? You could say if you can't get a hold of this person, then try somebody else.
Yeah, so like right now, like Luigi, when we transfer over to you, don't answer. Or ignore it, or maybe just ignore it, okay?
Sounds good.
Does this have to be formatted like that?
I don't know. We can just paste it like that. I know for sure it needs the one. User wants to talk to sales. All right, whose number is this? Ivan, there we go. You're +7, is that really?
Plus.
Nope, needs a 1 + 1.
Oh, okay, I was like, +7.
Yeah.
So what's gonna happen there is, obviously we had to play a little bit with the prompt, but else to work. So watch, let's try that. So I'm gonna ask for the tire department. It should transfer over to Luigi. Luigi's gonna hang up or not answer.
Yep.
And then it should go over to, hey, can you please transfer me over to the tire department?
Sure, I'll transfer you to the tire department now. Please hold for a moment.
Is the call coming in on your end, Luigi?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So ring, blah, blah, blah.
Nothing yet on my end.
Yeah, can you forward it, Luigi, or just like cancel it or whatever?
I can reject it.
No, if you reject it, that goes to that'll go to voicemail.
Oh, shoot. My bad.
Finished recording, you may hang up.
Okay, so it does.
You can only.
Yeah.
It will go. Oh, it's got to have Alex. You need a timeout in there because it's a
Yeah.
an answered call for like a voicemail is an answered call.
You could probably
So
set it in the dynamic routing where you were typing it. You probably set a timeout, like set the call timeout to like 5-10 seconds or something like
that
that.
wasn't. Did they get that fixed, Alex, or not? Because that was still not working. I haven't tested it yet. If it's working.
yeah, let's try. So right now, that's the thing. It's gonna reach voicemail. We need to get back a status of it's not good, not a good call, essentially. Let's see if we hang up and then we add a timeout. We actually, what the hell is this? We don't need that.
Yeah, you just need a timeout about 10 or 19 seconds.
Will this apply to the transfer, or is this meant for an outbound agent? Because you're just on the general settings right now, right?
Both transfer and so let's put like, and we can test this out, Ivan, to see if it has been fixed. And if it hasn't been fixed, I'll reach out to engineering there. So let's just let it ring, Luigi. I assume it's, hey, can you transfer me over to the tire department, please?
Sure, I'll transfer you to the tire department now. Please hold for a moment.
All right, it's ringing, but I won't answer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let it ring. Cheeto. Why Cheeto?
Good old Cheeto.
I don't know if you can hear him, but so it's definitely the 10-second. I gotta talk to him about that, Ivan, because it's
Yeah. I'm like a ring 6 now.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, it's going in voicemail again.
Person you're trying to reach is
So that means the timeout didn't work. That's what's going on. Did you save it? You published this or not, Alex?
finished recording. You may hang up.
I did save it.
But honestly, I mean, if you are a
save
business
it.
and you have a business line, the phone would not go into voicemail. More than likely will be rerouted to another line until someone picks it up. Like,
Yeah.
any dialer works that way.
However, though, this is something that has to be addressed. So I'll bring this up to engineering again, because it rang more than 10 seconds. And it didn't hang up. Voicemail detection is just an issue, just in general, guys. It's just an issue overall. But let's test. I want to test out if it's going to go to Ivan. So the way we can test it, I'm going to put an incorrect number in here. Like, it's not going to work. Maybe I'll leave in one more digit. Excuse me, Cheeto. You're sitting on my phone, bro. Like, we should get some sort of error or some sort of status. Hey, can you transfer me over to your tire department, please?
Sure, I'll transfer you to our tire department now. Please hold for a moment.
No. Silence.
Yep.
What's that?
Nothing. I mean, a quick fix for this.
Hold on. Can you transfer me over to sales instead then?
Certainly, I'll transfer you to our sales team now. Please hold for a moment.
Please hold.
You had the wrong number, Alex. That's why.
Forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
You forwarded my call, Ivan?
No. Oh, but it just came in as a missed call. That's it.
9-5 is not available.
It blocked it, but it went to you. But essentially, if we did want to do that, right, we do need to return some sort of status that the call is not like a reject call, right?
Why did it block it? That's a.
The number might be coming up as spam. I'm just using like Twilio, so it's not verified or anything. So that could be it. I have spam filter too, so sometimes that happens. That's why we have to brand the numbers. But we can see that we did make the first call, right? We got an error. It said I can't continue to make this call, and then we can just transfer it over to someone else through the dynamic routing.
Yeah, could you put that in the prompt itself? Like if it's error or whatever, then do this.
So you're saying trigger the function call.
No, not in the main prompt. I meant in the dynamic prompt under the transfer call, like right where you were. If
and then have it do another, have it trigger a different.
Transfer to this number. If that number is not available, then tell the caller that to call back later or something.
Can you do a function from here?
Nah.
Can a function run another function?
Gonna call call another function from a function. That might work.
That's what I'm thinking.
Through NNN.
Through that in Cloudonics, Nia and I, the guy from Cloudonics, we're going to be doing some pretty advanced stuff with transfer. We did a workshop a couple of weeks ago, but now that we have SIP headers, that's going to make it easier too. I don't know if Ivana is still here, but we did something. Now we can have custom SIP headers, so we can try that. Yeah. So Ivana, we're also going to do another workshop on the telephony, because I know originally we did it for you guys.
Yep.
But we're making a new and improved version now that it's been updated.
Oh, great. I'm looking forward to it.
So
couldn't you create an operator agent that and then so if they're asking to transfer, then you transfer it to the operator agent, and the operator agent has all the logic, and it could be an actual call flow for transfers and things like that. If you want to make like a full telephony, you know.
Oh, that's a good
yeah,
idea.
it could. So let's see this. If it gives us back that there's an error, tell the call, whatever, sorry.
Hi, thank you for calling.
Hey, can you transfer me over to the tire department, please?
Sure, I'll transfer you to the tire department now. Please hold for a moment. I am sorry. It looks like there's an issue transferring to the tire department. Please feel free to call back a little later. I'll be happy to assist you. Is there anything else I can help you with?
So
Can
that
you
work?
Would it work? I mean, can you do
Can we create a custom function for transferring?
So what if we try,
calls?
if there is an error or unable to connect? Let's see if it'll do that. That would be interesting, right?
Yeah.
If this works, I'm gonna have to update my video.
What about it'd be interesting to test another function in there too. Like if it errors, run this function.
I don't know if that would work. I mean, we can try it.
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is
Can you
Stacy.
transfer me over to the tire department, please?
Sure, I'll transfer you to the tire department now. Please hold for a moment. Just a quick note, I am here to help if you still need to be connected to the tire department or have any other questions.
Well, yeah, connect me to the tire department.
Connecting you to the tire department now. Please hold. It seems I'm having trouble connecting you directly to the tire department. Let me get someone to assist you right away. Please hold for a moment.
Are you getting the call, Ivan?
Nothing. Not even a block call. No. Oh,
Did you get it?
nothing.
Who's
I
it
mean, it's
calling?
definitely-
You're
it's
calling
calling
some
someone.
random dude.
It's calling someone. This is your phone number, no?
Yeah, 471-7295.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it does seem like it did transfer over.
That's
It's calling
funny.
someone though. The only thing I don't like about it, it's the silence. Like, there's that silence. Like, I wish it would play like a little music or something. You know, there's no
You don't know what
nothing.
that is. Yeah.
But here's the transfer call. So the first one,
Okay.
where we
Well,
did the
next
first one, it didn't work, and then we did it again. It's having trouble, and then it was trying to call you.
Why wouldn't it go through?
There might be a carrier issue. Like your carrier.
Oh, the carrier might be blocking it, huh?
Yeah.
How do I get them to prevent that or not? Is there a way for me to do that or not?
You would have to like add the number as part of your contact.
But it was ringing though. That's weird. It didn't get that whole carrier like
Nope.
right to voicemail.
Like if you add the number as part of your contact, it should go, because like I have Verizon, it blocks a lot of calls on mine
Yeah.
too. Like it doesn't even ring anything.
What's the number it's coming from here? Let's just test that. Let's add it as a contact.
The phone number. What phone number are we using for this?
It came in from your number, Alex. 310-980-07.
Oh yeah, because we're using the. There you go. Yeah, actually, it should have rang because it is. I'm using the transferee number. So it actually should be coming from my number, transferee number right here.
Yeah. So the first one came through. The second one, nothing.
But if the first one didn't come through, so like, you don't have me as a contact? Is that what you're telling me, Ivan?
Who would have
How
guessed?
dare you?
No.
How dare you?
What the heck? No idea then.
It was
The way I got around this too is if you got GHL, I pop it into it and then do an IVR. And then from there, then I just time out, boom, boom, to whoever it needs to go to inside a workflow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a quicker way to get around it.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think this could probably use a little more work. But I mean, I'm glad that it did say the message right, like on the prompt. I don't know who suggested that. I think it's Ari that suggested it. So I'm glad that he did suggest it because you could put that in there and it does give you that specific message instead of saying something else. So that's actually helpful. So that was quite nice.
But you might also play around with the back channel because back channel they say like and they add like filler words during silence. So maybe the back channel might cause the agent, okay, I'm still trying to get a hold or something.
We can give it a shot.
The enable back channeling.
Cheeto, stop it.
Yo.
Do you have me as a contact now, Ivan?
I've had you as a contact.
Oh, then there's definitely something fishy.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is
Can
Dave.
you transfer me over to the tire department, please?
Sure, I'll transfer you to the tire department now. Please hold for a moment.
So this is where I wish there was something. Like it's not saying anything, even though we did have back channeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
I apologize for the inconvenience. Let me connect you to our main support line for further assistance.
Did she say ring support?
Main support line, she said. Anything, Ivan?
Nothing. Here's my office number here because that's a.
Nah, are you sure this is your phone number?
701.
I hope I'm not calling someone else, dude.
You know what the funny part is? The default workflows inside of Retell here, there's somebody's number, and I was testing it, and this thing was dialing. He's like, "What did you call me?"
But this is your number, right?
This is my number, yeah.
Now you're paranoid.
Yeah.
Here's my office number here: 701-222-0221.
There's some dude in Atlanta that is probably picking up the phone and be like, "Who the?"
Not that. Hold on, that's not that. It's gonna be 701.
That's weird though. Like it should be going to your cell phone though, and like the fact that it's not.
I don't even got a no ring, no notification, no nothing. And your first one too is weird. Is that
so that's the correct number?
A missed call. That's it. That's my office number, so that's a landline.
Let's see if it makes a difference with the landline.
0221.
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help
Hey,
you
can you
today?
transfer me over to the tire department, please?
Sure. I'll transfer you to the tire department now. Please hold for a moment.
How's your day going? Hello.
It's going great, and I'm here to help you with anything you need at Retell Auto. Are you interested in looking at any vehicles today?
Well, not yet. I need to talk to the tire department.
I understand. Let me try transferring you to the tire department again right now. Please hold on for a moment.
Too much of a delay.
It looks like I'm having trouble transferring the call to the tire department right now due to a technical issue. If you like, I can take down your contact info and have someone from the tire department reach out to you directly. Would that work for you?
No, transfer me to the other number.
Backup number right away. Please hold for a moment.
Oh, hey, it's running.
Bro.
Okay, that worked.
That worked. I mean, it's a little, maybe a little, requires a little more.
One out of 4 times.
Yeah. So a little strange there. Yeah. So, yeah. Kind of
It's
work.
got some potential.
It has, yeah, it definitely does. I think though, what I like, it's like if we do the warm transfer, on here, I'm pretty sure we can put.
No, isn't this for the person that the call is being handed off to?
Yeah. But if we do a prompt, like instead of getting that silence, like don't pick up, Ivan.
Okay.
Well, don't pick up right away.
Tell me when.
Oh, what the hell did I put? Where am I transfer tire department?
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey, Stacy, can you transfer me over to the tire department?
I'll transfer you to the tire department now. Please hold for a moment.
It's ringing.
But she's not doing no small chat with me. Wow, I want her to do small talk.
No, she's gonna do it with Ivan, I think. Because it's a handoff message. No?
Yeah, what's up? Stacy.
See the tire Yes, I'm here. How can I assist you further today?
All right, that didn't quite work. I forgot how I did it. I have to remember how I did it. There was a way that I did do it where like during the conversation I think maybe it might have been a custom function. Maybe I'm getting confused with the custom function. That might have been it. But I know we did do one where I know I did do one where like while we're waiting for the call, like you can just chat with her. You know, like, oh, how's your day going? Oh, blah, blah, blah. You know, so it's a little more friendlier. So,
Personal. Yeah.
yeah,
I
exactly.
remember that, Alex. We did it with a custom function.
Oh, okay. So that's what it was. Okay.
Yep.
So yes, it was a custom function. All right. Yeah, I forgot. So, but anyways, that's kind of how the transfer works. Again, I think I like Ari's suggestion there that we can actually prompt some sort of error message or some sort of information there. I think we may got to test a little bit more about the transferring over to another department, but the dynamic routing is great, right? Because we could add multiple departments and use the same function for multiple things. So,
But the problem, yeah, there's still a problem though, is you don't know whether the first one errors out or not. There's no way to know.
no, yeah, of course it would. We just did it earlier, right? Luigi, or I put Luigi's incorrect number, so it errored out, and then I transfer over to you.
But what happens if it was the correct number? So then it would go to voicemail.
Yeah, so then that's a problem. If,
Yep,
if it goes to voicemail, then it's going to take it as a call was answered, and then we
got
lose
it.
the call. So
Yeah,
that
if
is a
they fix
problem.
that, yeah, if they fix that timeout, then that should then, or is that if they have that? Here's the question I got too. Then, if it times out on during this, does that mean that the whole custom function timed out? Now it's an error that it doesn't go to the next part, or what happens?
Yeah, that is a great question. I'll bring it up to engineering there. I'll definitely mention again the timeout, because that would solve our problem if we can on here just if we can, you know, like have the specific timeout, right? The ring duration like only be 5 or 10 seconds, then this would be extremely helpful. So
What about
I gotta follow up on.
Test running that function. Can you do a function inside a function?
He still wants to reach. I don't know. Let's see. So don't pick up, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what happens. Not be interested if we could run a function.
Yeah,
Now we're
that'll
getting,
be cool if you can.
now we're getting like really,
Meta.
yeah, seriously. But it'll be helpful because maybe you could update some sort of status on the CRM, right? By
Yep.
running that function. So that would be cool, actually. So let's try it out.
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy.
Hey, Stacy, can you transfer me over to the tire department, please?
Sure, I'll transfer you to the tire department now. Please hold for a moment.
Okay, it's ringing. Georgia.
I'm not seeing a function being triggered here, though.
Sucks.
I apologize for the inconvenience. It seems the tire department is currently unavailable. Is there anything else I can assist you with while you're on the line?
Nah, thanks. So it looks like no.
Is there another way to do, let's say you do another function and then it would go back into it and then you'd run a different one? So
A
let's say,
different number?
well, what happens? Yeah, so instead of like, is there only one call transfer or you can have multiple call transfers?
No, that's what I mean. Like we could always have multiple. So like you would have to like, right, we're searching the tire department as an example.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say we're searching the tire department and then, I don't know, support.
No, the thing I was thinking, Alex, is all of a sudden, if we find out that this is a failed call, right? And then set something that, hey, this is a failed call, and then inside the prompt go, okay, if this call is a failed call, then run this function, which would be the next number.
Okay. So let's
does that make sense or not? Or?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That would be technically we're running this through here. Trigger the transfer function call. And if there is an error, because you see, we're putting different departments, right? So if I'm calling for the tire department, if I call for the support, so we wanted to handle both.
I almost like Ari's idea of having just another agent that just transfers them all or goes from there.
Yeah, you could do something like that. Let's find out. So first call should fail. Hey, can you transfer me over to the tire department?
We'll transfer you to our tech department now. Please hold for a moment.
No, to the tire department. Oh, whatever. Jesus. Well, don't answer. Because technically she should then still transfer me over to the other one. That's incorrect, right?
How did it stop automatically too? Is that 10-second then time it out?
What was that, Stacy?
It looks like the transfer to the tech department didn't go through because they didn't pick up. I can try transferring you to the tire department instead. Would you like me to do that now?
Yep, let's do it.
I'm transferring you to the tire department now. Please hold for a moment. Just checking in, are you still there?
Yep, I'm still here. I'm waiting for you to transfer me.
Thanks for hanging in there. It seems there was a technical issue with the transfer to the tire department. Let me try that again for you right now. Just wanted to check in and see if you're still.
Transfer me over to support.
I'm transferring you to support now. Please hold for a moment.
Yeah.
So I mean that works, but I wanted it to be like automatic, right? Like, and I think if we prompt it, right, like if there's an error, transfer to the support department.
It's transferring here.
Oh, it's calling you now?
Yeah, it's calling me now.
Oh, well, no, I'm calling you. Sorry.
Oh.
I accidentally pressed. But let's say we were calling, again, we would have to prompt it.
Did you
But
stop it on that first one, Alex? Because it cut off. It sounded about 10 seconds. So is that, do you still have that?
no, that was just because it's the wrong number. Can you transfer me over to the tire department, please?
Sure. I'll transfer you to the tire department now. Please hold for a moment. Just a quick note, I am here to help if you still want to be transferred to the tire.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to transfer me.
Thank you for your patience. I'm transferring you to the tire department now.
It should be transferring over to you, Ivan.
Nothing yet.
I apologize for the trouble with the transfer. Let me connect you to our support team who can assist you further. Please hold on a moment.
There it is.
Okay. So I think some fine tuning in the prompt, right? But it kind of did work. We triggered the function if there was an error, then we transferred over to the support department, which we have in our dynamic routing here. Obviously, again, the issue that we're going to run into is the fact that if we don't get a bad error, it's going to go to voicemail. And the voicemail detection, depending, that can be, like I said, voicemail detection is just difficult in general. So, yeah. But that was kind of working. Thoughts on that? Yeah.
Not working yet. Not good enough for production, at least, huh?
Yeah, we're gonna have to tweak that a little bit there. And like I said, we'll do another workshop on like handling different sort of transfers. I know we did one for Ivana, so we can do another one, and I'll show you guys how to do a bunch of cool stuff with me. So, but I'll definitely bring this up to for now for
Is it
engineering.
possible? Is it possible that this is taking it up a notch, I guess. That so if let's say it's a car parts dealership or something, right? And there's a customer that calls the agent and they're asking if they have a part available. Now they don't have it. The AI agent checks the inventory, it doesn't have it available. So can it do something where it can call then the warehouse or the supplier in the meantime while it's on call with this person, ask if there's a, and then get that information back, and on this call give the person that information? How would that go about?
Absolutely. That will be a little more complicated, but that's kind of what we did last workshop. It would just have to be tweaked, and it's right here. This
No,
one.
but is it like a delicate sort of thing where it could break easily, or
Nah.
no?
Nope.
Amazing.
So yeah, but that's actually a great use case. We could do that. Absolutely. So you can check out this workshop.
Okay.
What's up?
Using Cloudonics, the one that you have on screen right now, this
Yeah. Yep,
okay.
Cloudonics. So like I said, those are like more advanced stuff because like you want to call and then you want to wait, right? We're like trying to wait to get some sort of information, and then you want to repeat it back to the agent, to the human, or
Yeah.
to the caller, I mean. But yeah, we
Exactly.
absolutely could. Yeah. So we absolutely could do that. So like I said, Nina and I were going to be updating because now we can pass SIP headers. So we can do some stuff with the SIP headers where before you couldn't pass SIP headers. So
What is this SIP header exactly, if you were just to break it down in a sentence?
basically sending like information. Just think about it like a web, like if we take a look at this, right? Like we have these headers and we used it to verify information or to pull information. Like for example, maybe you want to use the SIP headers to pass a customer ID as an example, a customer ID, and then that customer ID is going to be used by the other telephony system. You could use something like that.
Oh, okay. So to move information between calls per se,
Yep.
right?
Yep, exactly. So you could pass all sorts of stuff in here, and you can put dynamic variables as well. So we could add more things in here. Before we couldn't, but this option wasn't here, but now that it is, again, it opens up a whole more possibilities. And even to the workshop that Nia and I did, this will actually even make it easier. So that's what we're gonna redo it. Yeah. So we could do all that stuff there. So
Do you
so
move
we'll
on
do
to calendar booking or what? What do you guys
yeah.
say?
How many people do we have left on here?
I don't know, because we have too many note takers. But
Aren't you note takers? I don't even know where. I don't even know how to view the people.
Since like, cool, 30 people. No, they're all left. But the note takers stayed. Yeah, we might actually get
There's still
rid
some
of.
people.
Yeah, no, of course there are. Yeah.
All right, let's handle the appointment booking, and we'll wrap that. We'll wrap that up here.
Yeah. I gotta drop Alex. I gotta go pick up my daughter. But
yeah, no worries. Go
You're,
ahead.
you're allowed to cut these as well and pick it up next time, Alex. We don't expect you to be here for 15 hours.
Yeah.
No.
Yes, we
Yeah,
do.
but
Yes, we do, Alex.
But I at least at the point where I want to drop it off is where we can do the post-call analysis. So I think that'll be a good point. So, but at least we can handle the appointment booking right now. I can show you guys how to book the appointment in cal.com. Unless you guys, what do you guys use? I don't know if you, Cheeto.
GHL.
All of you? Are you guys all using GHL?
GHL.
Except for Tony, it looks like, huh?
Tony.
I'm gonna try get into it.
Tony,
Okay.
they're going to convert you in GHL, Tony. It's just a matter of time.
Tony already has a GHL account.
matter of
so-
time.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I just gotta log into it.
Yeah, Tony. So you have a GHL account. So everyone using GHL, you guys want to do GHL or cal.com?
Just do GHL. Yeah.
Cal.com.
All right. Guys, I'll see you. Have a
Thank
good
you
one.
for
Yeah.
everything.
Later, Luigi.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah, let's do a quick and dirty here.
Quick and dirty. All right. So we can probably knock both of them out because I already have these workflows for GHL. So I'll keep it clean. I'll keep it pretty quick. All right. We can do both. We'll do GHL first, and then we'll go ahead and do cal.com. All right. So, all right. Okay.
Will the recording of this be available in Discord?
Yep, I'll be on Discord. I'm sure I'll be uploaded to the Retell YouTube channel once I edit it. And like I said, also be in the school community here too, with the workflows and all that jazz, blah, 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 blah. Which if you guys haven't joined, I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, just curious, how long does it take you after you do these workshops to have it uploaded on school then? I mean, I believe school is the first channel that you uploaded to, right?
About 3 months.
Nah, well, no, because I edit it now. So I just got to cut it up, So maybe like tomorrow.
Quick question. I mean, I'm sorry. This is probably the last question you could take, I guess. But I was thinking, for some reason, I was thinking like I could use cal.com to add someone's availability, and then the agent will just look it up and tell if that person is available or not. But what I was also looking to see was, let's say I have a client who's a karate academy, and they have their schedule, right? If that's something that we can add on cal.com, or you should just use like a table of the week schedule, and then the agent will just look at whatever is faster. I mean, it should be fast in both cases, I would say, but I'm just wondering.
So what you're trying to, sorry, my cat is just, I couldn't hear you. My cat is just yelling in the background. So just give me like.
Oh, I see. Can you? I don't know. Should I be louder or what?
No. Just give me. No, my cat is literally just crying his heart out here. I don't know.
Okay.
I have cats, but I have the neediest of cat named Cheeto here, and he chooses to be. I know he just needs a little snack. So just 30 seconds. Just give me 30 seconds.
Ashton, that wouldn't be automatic, because if they sell it, you'd have to do an Airtable call to make sure the inventory is updated. But it's the way he has it built right now is it's pulling straight from the Airtable.
Yeah, in most cases, I would imagine like Airtable and all these databases wouldn't even be enough. You'd need something like an SQL database or that you could pull it from there.
Yeah, I built mine on a no-code DB that's sitting on a Postgres, and it actually has fuzzy matching built into it. So I do the fuzzy match through the C code versus doing a select all
Oh,
and then
this
fuzzy.
fuzzy match stuff. I need to learn this, man. Because
Well, it's because like if you say con, I could spell it KHAN, or I could say KON or CON, right? And if it's when you're typing it, it's normal, but if it's voice, it's you gotta match it differently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Autometa. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know what your name is, but can you repeat what you said?
Well, yeah, that's my company, but I'm Dean. So yeah, I was saying that so I have this karate academy, and I was wondering to use cal.com to add their schedule on cal.com, just like I don't in like an individual availability, so that you know they could find the agent could find the schedule over there. And because I was the reason, maybe there's another way to do it, but I was having a hard time using the current time of the location. So I was wanting to add it on cal.com and just see if I could add that availability, but I don't know. I couldn't just connect the two, but I don't know if you can use that for cal.com, or we should just use
You were using the native integration, right? The native integration through cal.com?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, okay. I'll show you how to do it a custom one. I like the custom one for several reasons. So we'll go through those, all right? We'll go with we'll do GHL really quick here. And then we'll do cal.com. I'll show you guys how to check the availability and then how to book that appointment.
Hey, Alex, I also use just customers through NNN, but does the native one not work?
Well, the native one works, but the thing is, like, sometimes you want to collect more information, and that's kind of where the problem comes. Like, for example, in this dealership, what if we want to collect the car that they want, right? What do we want to collect? Yeah, like the make and model of the car. So on the native one, we can. Like, the native one is great if you just need something like very simple. So sometimes we have to expand it a little bit. That's why. So, but anyways, let's dive into GHL here. We'll use GHL real quick here. Let me close all this stuff out. Yeah, we'll book some of these appointments here. So I'm going to create a new workflow. Like I said, I already have these, which they're in school too. So just for the sake of time, I'm just going to kind of go ahead and paste a little bit here. And then I'll walk you guys through what's happening. And I'll show you. So it's pretty straightforward. So that first, we need to check availability. Right? So this is going to be Retell check availability. Now, what's going to happen is we need to, and just let me show you the Go High Level API. You guys haven't seen it. Go High Level, when we're checking the availability, we need to send over it needs to be in Unix. So that's kind of one of the things for GHL. We always need to pass the availability. So get free slots. This is the endpoint that we're going to be using here. Get free slots, right? So we first need to check that it's available. Then we need to book. So it's a two-part process there. Now, when we send this to GHL, they required it to be in Unix. So we have to do a little bit of conversion there, which this workflow does for us. So what we're going to be expecting in this particular instance, we expect to receive a appointment, essentially an appointment date time, just like so. So we're expecting an appointment date time, which we're then going to convert into Unix. So this is what this little node does for us. We have the date and time node. This is just a simple node that you can go ahead and find right here. Date and time node. And it allows us to convert it into Unix. So I simply take in the previous appointment time, and then we format it into Unix, and I label this as start date. Now, we also, as part of this, we need to provide an end date. So you notice that what's required is a start date and an end date. So for the end date, all we're doing is just simply checking the next day, right? You can literally add 10 days if you want to, right? Because the workflow, what's going to do is always going to return. It's always going to return either that time that's available or the closest 2 times that are available. So that's the way it works, this workflow, right? We get the original time that the user wanted. We convert it to Unix. We add 10 days and then we convert that into Unix as well, and we label it the end date. So now we have both things that we need. And then finally, we're going to make that request over to GHL. For GHL, we need to add our credentials here, which I should have it here, I believe. I don't know if it's this one. Actually, I'm going to have to remake it because I deleted that. So we're going to be using for GHL, we're going to use private integrations. If you guys haven't used that before, it's very simple, but it just allows you to communicate with GHL. So all we got to do is click on private integrations, and we can build another one here. So I'm just going to create a new integration. I'm going to call this Retell Auto. We'll go next. We do have to select our scopes. So we obviously need to edit calendars, view calendars. We can view the groups. I don't really care about resources, but we could. I'm just going to select the basic stuff. I don't even need conversations, but we definitely need to view context. We need to edit context. Maybe we want to store some information in custom fields. So I believe we do have fields here, custom values, custom fields, and you can add pretty much anything else you want, right? Maybe you want to add a tag to it or whatever it is. For the sake of booking, this is really all we kind of need. So I'm going to go ahead and create my token. So here we have our token. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go back to my function call, which again, you guys will have access to this workflow. So all you got to do is just change it. And what we need to pass as part of our, I'm actually going to erase this because we don't need headers. So I'm just going to, I'm going to do none for now. But we do need to send some headers, and part of those headers, which it tells us, GHL tells us what they need. We have accept, authorization, and then bearer. So we need to add these headers to it, which the only one we really need is going to be the authorization. Everything else is already here. We have accept, we have version. So what we got to do is add authorization, just like that. Now, authorization, you need to add the word bearer first, space, then your API key, just like that. Everything else, it's okay for us to keep. And then the last thing is we need to check a calendar. So up here where we have this number, this is going to be the calendar that you want to check. So I'm going to go back to my GHL. Let me copy this just in case, because once I delete this, once I close this, I'm not going to have access to it anymore. So let me just save this somewhere here. Have a bunch of screens open. Okay, so I'm going to just exit out of that. You can always rotate this token if you want to, or if you get a new one. I'm going to go to my calendar. I'm just going to select the calendar. I'm just going to pretend, I don't know, this one right here. I'll get the ID of this calendar, and then I'm going to erase that, and I'll just pop it in, which I actually think it was the same one. Just like that. So pretty much this is going to check the slots. If there is available slots, it's going to let us know. And if it's not, it's going to give us an error saying, hey, sorry, there's no slots available. And you will most likely find one, because here we're checking 10 days ahead. And you can see that GHL even tells you that you can check no more than 31 days. So you could even do like 31 days if you wanted to. We could even put 30 days on here. So it's going to check from the day that the user selected all the way to 30 days. As an example, we can do 30 days like that. And then what's going to happen here in this code, what this code is doing, I'll make this a little bit bigger. First, we're going to take the user's preferred date and time, right? So if it's like June 25th at 10 a.m., we're going to take that. We're going to get all the slots that we're getting from GHL. And this will make sense once we run it. And then we're going to check to see if we can find the exact match. So for example, June 19, right? We're going to check to see if that exact time is there. In the event that that is not there, then we want to return the closest before or closest after, or the closest next to appointments, essentially. And that's what this workflow does. It checks through all of the available time slots, and then it just finds the closest ones. And then we just simply return that. So that's all it's doing. It's a very simple workflow. So let's click save, and let's go ahead and build out our function, because now we need to build a function here. I'm going to click add. We're going to do a custom function. We need one to check the availability. So I'm just going to call this check avail. Just like that. Give us a description. We're going to, same thing, same concept. We're going to add our inbound webhook here. I'll paste this in here. For this point, I'm not going to add any headers or anything like that. I'm just going to leave it. But then we also need to paste some JSON schema, just like we did for the dealership. We do need some JSON schema for that. And I think I already had a little bit of JSON schema here. I'll walk you through what that JSON schema. This one's a lot simpler than the one we have previously done. This is all that's in it, right? We're simply saying, hey, we're looking for the appointment daytime. It needs to be a string and it just needs to be a timestamp, and we require this. So before, and let me just say this, you notice that in the other function that we did when we were checking the car, we don't require anything, right? Because we might get some of that information, we might not. But in this one, we absolutely need this to call this function. So that's what we require this, okay? So that's our first one. Next, we're gonna build another function here. And this one's going to be to actually book the appointment. So we can call book appointment. And I'm going to copy a starter JSON schema, but we're going to add a little bit more to it. So, and I'm just going to add this here in here just so we can see better. How's JSON? So this is going to be our booking schema, which very similarly, we're going to have appointment daytime, but then we're also going to collect client name. But what if we wanted to add other stuff, right? I can do, maybe I wanted to save the car make and model as an example. So I can simply add this to it. You can add as many properties as you want here. So car, let's call this car make. And just to illustrate a point, I'm going to add a fourth one. Just copy that. I'm just going to call this model as an example. And let's say that for shits and gigs, we wanted to know the user's budget. Just like that. So we're going to be collecting all of this information. We can make it required. So you can make every single one of these required, which in this instance we will. You can make some of those not required if you don't want to, that's okay. For now, I'm just going to go ahead and say that the car and make and model is going to be required. And I'm just going to pretend that the budget is not required. As an example, right? So I'm only making the first 4 required. Budget is optional. That's what this means. If they give it to us, great. If not, no big deal. We can still move on without it. I'm going to copy this. We'll go ahead and paste this back in here. And now we need to create another workflow in N8N that's going to handle this appointment booking for us. So I'm going to go to my N8N here. I'm going to make sure that this is on. Let's create another workflow here. Same concept. We'll call this book appointment. I'll add an inbound webhook to this. It's going to be a post. We'll go ahead and respond with the last webhook node here. And again, I already have a sample workflow, which will be available. Just going to paste. I should have just pasted the whole thing, whatever. Can delete this. I'm going to move this really quick just because it's not lined up. And I could have just kept it actually, but whatever. Here in this workflow, all you have to do is like paste in your information, well, and your API keys too as well. So actually, but we're gonna set the location. So I'm gonna go back to GHL. I need to get my location ID. So I'll go to settings, and that location ID is right here. We'll click that, and we'll paste it, which is actually the same one. Same thing with my calendar ID. You just have to paste that in here. And then we need to connect. So we need to add that. Here I haven't connected it. You can always do the credentials, like if you just want to do the headers. And this is probably best practice. Like if you want to, and here, I'll just do it. So you see, because you don't want to copy it and paste it over and over again. That gets annoying real quick. So we can create new credentials. Here we're going to type authorization. Now, the one thing I don't like about it is like when you start typing in here, it doesn't actually like show you what you're typing. So the best way to do that is we would like in a notepad, right? Like just make sure that you type the word bearer and then your API key, and you can just like copy it, and then you can just paste it in here. I'll give this a name. I'll save it. Perfect. So now I have my API key. I literally have everything. This JSON location, it's being set here. So that's where it's coming. Now I have to update these other ones to select my correct API key, which is going to be this one. I'll do the same. I'm going to update this one here as well. So demo.
The API endpoints for GHL are leadconnectorhq.com.
Yes.
GHL lead connector.
Yeah, white labeled.
And I'll walk you through what this workflow is doing. Okay, so again, we're going to receive a date and time. We're expecting to receive all that information. Then we are setting our location. This is just to make it easier for us. Now we're going to search for a contact. The way we're searching for that contact is going to be using the from number, right? So this is going to be an inbound call. So we're using the from number to search for that contact in GHL. If we find that contact, great. We're going to then book the appointment. For booking the appointment, we have the calendar ID, which was provided. We have the location ID. We have the contact ID, which we got from here. And then the last thing is we need to pass over a start time, which we're going to be getting. And again, this will make sense once we run it. In the event that the contact is not found, then we need to create a contact first. Every time you book an appointment in GHL, you always require a contact ID. So if we don't have a contact, then we're going to create a new contact. We're going to pass over a name, a phone number, but this could be other information too. Like you can add an email, right? Like if we take a look at what GHL provides us, when we go to the contacts, under create a contact, we have all these things that you can do, right? So you can do first name, last name, email, gender, address, D&D settings. You can do custom fields, all sorts of stuff when you create the contact. Here we're just going to create a simple contact, and then we book the appointment. If the appointment is booked, we're going to let the user know. If there's an error, we're going to let the user know. And that's essentially how these workflows work. But let's go ahead and give it a shot, and it's going to make more sense. Any questions so far? No? Everyone good? Am I talking to myself here?
Is your webhook called webhook 1? You've got some broken nodes. Code.
Wait, say that again.
You have webhook 1 in your code, so it's broken in those HTTP request nodes. Like that create a content, I think it was in. I think you have webhook 1 is what your old one was called. It's just webhook on yours.
I'm gonna change this because we're actually getting new data. So right now it's not gonna book, but you'll see.
But it's not, that node doesn't exist, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I can just remove this. I think I had something else, so we'll do that. This should be fine. Oh, no, it's not fine. Oh, because I copied and pasted. That's why. Duh. Okay, I think we should be good. All right, we'll save this. Now we go back to our function in Retell. You can see I can already pasted everything. All I'm missing here is going to be my webhook. We'll grab this webhook. I'll copy the production URL. We'll paste this into our function. Just like that. Let's save this. Now we need to trigger this. So the way we're going to trigger this is we have, let me see, right here, right? The secure next step is schedule a test drive. So we're going to propose the visit. Step 2, and this can be done many ways. Right now, I'm going to show you where we're asking the user for what day and time they want to come in. But part of the inbound webhooks, technically, you could also just pull in the available slots at the start of the conversation, and you can just recommend those slots automatically if you wanted to. That's a little something else, but for now, we're just going to ask the user. Jesus. Oh my God. So we'll get the preferred date and time. Right, so we're gonna get the preferred date and time. Then let me see what else I feel like I'm missing something here. Check my notes. We're gonna get the preferred date and time. Then we're gonna check the availability. So step 3, really step 3 right here. We're gonna call the function, which is the function. Well, I was gonna call it trigger. Yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. Which is gonna be check avail, just like that. And what we want to do is add a little bit of error handling here. So I'm going to add a list if available, if time slot is available. We're going to inform the user and move on to the next step. If the one we have, if nearby times are available, we're going to inform the user of those options. And if no times are available, we're going to ask the user to select a different date and time. So again, we ask the user for the preferred date and time. We're going to run that function. We're going to inform the user depending on all those scenarios. Once that's done, then we need a 4th step here. So like once the date and time, we can even put once confirmed. So actually we can confirm the selected date and time. So we can confirm the selected date and time, and then we can trigger the function book appointment. Just like that. So I don't even need this step. That doesn't matter. And then we can simply set expectations, which is going to be just like that. Are we good so far? Is this pretty clear on what we're doing? Yep, I'm going to assume yes.
Yep.
I'll click save. So let's go ahead and run this. So of course, right now, the first one, we're going to get an error because we're collecting new information. So it's to be expected, but let's go through this. Let me see, call this.
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey, Stacy, I'm calling about a car you have for sale. The make is going to be a BMW, and the model is the 530X Drive. Is that still available?
Let me check that for you. Great news. We do have a BMW 530DX Drive Touring Luxury line in stock. It's a gray used model with 54,900 miles, all-wheel drive.
Perfect. Can I book a test drive?
Absolutely. What day and time would work best for you to come in for the test drive?
Let's book, let's do Friday at 11 a.m.
Friday at 11 a.m. is not available, but I can offer you Friday at 2:30 p.m. or 3 p.m. instead. Which one works better for you?
Let's do 2 p.m.
The closest available times are 2:30 p.m. or 3 p.m.
Oh,
But
2:30 p.m.
Exact. Perfect. I have you down for Friday at 2:30 p.m. for the test drive of the BMW 530D X Drive Touring Luxury line. When you arrive, just ask for Stacy. Our address is 123 Rodeo Drive.
Oh, thanks.
Beverly Hills.
Blah, blah, blah. Let's check that.
You didn't
thing to
ask your
note here.
name, did she?
No, she didn't ask my name, and
She
we
didn't
can
ask
collect that. And we can collect that information.
Oh, gotcha.
I just wanted to keep it. Something to keep in mind. Whatever. Right now, I'm setting Los Angeles time, but my GHL account is actually New York time. So keep that in mind. It needs to match, right? So when I called and said 11, that's what she said. It's not available because technically it's different time zones. So we just got to make sure that, and this is going to be for cal.com too, just make sure that it matches the time zone. So I'm going to change this just for right now to New York. And I'll update this. But let's take a look at what happened here in the workflows. So let's check out first the availability. We'll take a look at the execution. We can see that the call came in. We have the time, and this is what I meant, right? It's giving me LA time, -7. So be something to be mindful, but we collected the appointment and daytime. We then converted that to Unix. We had 30 days. We create the end date, and then we got the free slots. And we can see that we have all these free slots, 30 days worth of slots, whole bunch, right? We were able to successfully find those slots. And then we simply return the closest before and after dates, which we have both here, right? There was no exact match, so it gave me the closest before, which is 2:30, and then closest after, which is 3 p.m. And then we return that to the user.
Instead of changing, playing around with the time zones in the workflow, can't we sort of write it in the prompt that based on, we can have the person specify what time zone they're calling from, what place they're calling from, have the LLM within Retell figure out what time zone that is, convert that, send that time zone, then to book the appointment, and or check the slots and then return once those slots return, he basically the AI then responds accordingly, changes that back. And can't it do that directly?
Yep, we can do that.
You can, right? Just
yeah,
out of curiosity.
It can do it, but typically, like if you're scheduling appointments, like it might be like a local business, so you typically will have the address. On here, I did have a video on like dynamic time zones. So right here, current, like 3 different ways to get like time zones depending on where the user's at. So that, check that out. But we could.
Okay, awesome.
So here, let's check out the other workflow. Let me see. I think I might have actually even booked the appointment too. I did book it. Where's it at? Right here. Oh, wait a minute. No, I didn't book it. I forgot what day I said. Let's check out the workflow. So we checked the availability just fine though. Is that clear on how we got there?
Yep.
Okay. So now let's check our book appointment, because I know that one there was most likely an error. So we can check. Oh, this one didn't even trigger. Why didn't it trigger? That appointment didn't trigger. So let's find out why. Our call history. Check availability. Okay, so that didn't trigger. Did I forget to save it, or what happened here? Oh man, I didn't save it. Fuck. Oh man. Okay. This thing didn't save it. God damn it. Yep, I didn't save it. All right, let me just. I already have this most of the time, so just.
Function would be saved, right? So it's just putting the prompt in.
Yeah, the functions are saved, but I forgot to save the thing. Damn. Or did I put it in the wrong place? No, yep, I just forgot to save it. All right, no worries. I'm just gonna erase this. It's all right. I'm gonna paste that in there. Check availability, confirm with the, and there you go. I think to your point, this one that I have, I was asking the time zone for the user. I'm not sure who asked, but I
Yep.
think that's what you were trying to say, right? No, in this one, I'm not, just because I already know. So, but you could, you absolutely can. Then once that's gonna be the book appointment function. Always remember to save. I'll save this, I'll publish this. We'll test this out one more time. And then we should be good there. So make sure that everything is as it should be. Cool. Let's give this another call.
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey Stacy, I'm calling about the BMW you have for sale. It's a BMW 530X Drive.
Let me check that for you. It looks like we don't have the BMW 530X Drive in stock right now. However, we do have some other excellent vehicles that might interest you, like a Kia Sportage 2.0 CSX.
I want to make an appointment to test drive the Kia.
Great choice. When would you like to come in for the test drive? Please let me know the date and time that works best for you.
Yeah, Friday at 11 a.m.
Friday at 11 a.m. is not available, but we have openings at 2:30 p.m. or 3 p.m. on the same day.
3 p.m. is fine.
Work. Just to confirm, you want to book the test drive for the Kia Sportage on Friday at 3 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. I've got you booked for the Kia Sportage test drive on Friday at 3 p.m. I'll have the vehicle ready for you. When you arrive, just ask for Stacy. Our address is...
Okay. And I also forgot to save the correct time zone in this instance, but let's just make sure that that called the workflow. So we can see that here it came through. So we'll let this finish running. We can see that it gave me in part of the information. We have the car, the make, the model. Now here didn't ask me for my name. It just put customer, right? So we would have to fine tune this a little bit. It came through. It tried to search for that contact. And what happened here? So here we need to just map it to the correct from number. So let me just do that. Oh, because that's why to to what Tony was saying. I gave it a, it's not, it has webhook 1 and it's webhook because I copied and pasted it. That's why. But if I were to do it just like that and I test this, it would have found me as a contact because I'm in there. And we can just run the whole workflow just to see what happens. Now, of course, there's going to be an error here because I didn't select the right time zone. The time slots is no longer selected because there's an issue with the time zone, right? So, but now that it's fixed, we should have no problem booking the appointment. So let's give this a shot.
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey, Stacy, you have a car. The make is going to be the BMW and the model is the 530DX drive. I want to schedule a drive.
Yeah. Let me check that for you. Great news. We have a used BMW 530DX drive touring luxury line.
Okay, can I schedule? I want to schedule a drive. Can we schedule that for this Friday at 11 a.m.?
Let me check availability for this Friday at 11 a.m. for your test drive. The slot for this Friday at 11 a.m. is available. May I have your full name to book the appointment?
Yeah, my name is Alex Rodriguez.
Thank you, Alex. Just to confirm, you want to book a test drive for the BMW 530DX drive touring luxury line this Friday at 11 a.m. Is that correct?
Yep.
Wonderful, Alex. We have you all set for this Friday at 11 a.m. We look forward to seeing you then. When you arrive, just ask.
Perfect. So I booked it. I even got a confirmation text message there. And we can see that the workflow booked as expected. And it did ask me for my name now that everything was correct. I'm not sure, Ari, if you heard that. And if we take a look at the workflow in here, we should have an appointment for Friday, which is the 27th, right? Friday at 11 a.m. And I'm in the context, I'm just listed as James Doe because I'm already a contact here. But we can see that that worked as expected. And if we needed to create a contact, same concept, I can just simply delete myself from here and it would have created that contact with my information. So if I delete this, drivers, and I'll do one last call here real quick.
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help
Hey,
you today?
Stacy, you have a car, the make is BMW and the model is, let me see what the model is. The model is a 530D X drive. Is that available?
Let me check that for you. Great news. We do have a
Great.
used
Can I make an appointment to test drive it?
Absolutely. What day and time would work best for you to come in for a test drive?
Can we do Thursday at 10 a.m.?
Thursday at 10 a.m. is available. I'll go ahead and book that for you. May I have your full name, please?
Yeah, my name is Alex Rodriguez.
Great, Alex Rodriguez. Your test drive appointment for the BMW 530DX drive is confirmed for Thursday.
Perfect. Same concept. It went through it. It didn't find my contact. So it created a contact and then booked that appointment. So now if I refresh this, we can see there's my contact. I can click on this contact. And if I take a look at the appointments, there it is. Thursday, the 26th at 10 a.m. Booked. So yeah, any questions, thoughts on that?
Sorry, in Go Ahead level, where does it store that other additional information like the vehicle type, or did you not pass that?
You can store it. You can store it in different places. We did collect it, right? So if we take a look at the webhook here,
But did you use it in the calendar booking?
I didn't use it in the calendar booking, but we could.
You create a custom field and then map it to that field. It's pretty easy.
So we have it. Yeah, exactly. So like if we did want to do that, we could create a custom field. You can put it also as a note. Like
I was
as a
going to say, is there
content
no notes within GHL? But okay.
right here. You could create a note.
Yeah.
So
we pass the call transcript to that. We take the call summary and we put it right under notes, and it goes right in there. It's pretty cool.
So we could do the notes. You could add like here, just as we have the custom fields, right? We could create a custom field for car, make, model, or whatever's it is that you wanted. So
Okay.
yeah.
And I know this is just a demo, but any reason why you're using two separate booking nodes versus just one and then feeding in the contact ID from create or lookup?
Say that one more time.
You have two book appointment nodes, right?
Yep.
One new contact, one book appointments. I'm assuming when you create a contact, it gives you contact ID anyway.
Yep.
So you could technically just merge them into one, right?
We could, but we would have to set a set node because this is pulling it directly from the other one.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I was saying you're using the exact same endpoint.
Yep.
It's not a different endpoint.
Yeah, exact same endpoint. Yeah, and we could. There's multiple ways to do it. Yeah, but we could absolutely for sure. So, yep. Any questions, concerns on that before we move on to cal.com here?
Can we use one custom workflows for both the check evaluation, availability and the book appointment?
Say that one more time because I didn't quite understand you.
Yeah, can we use one custom function for the check availability and the book appointment?
You could use a custom function. You would just have to like separate the values, right? And like what they're getting. You could though, if you wanted to.
But there's no disadvantage, right?
The only and you could the only thing that like sometimes I like to, because like we know the function that's being called, right? So you could check like, hey, is this the check availability? Is this the book appointment? And then we could go down those paths. The only reason that I like to have them separate is for like debugging purposes, right? Because if they're all in one, then we're gonna have all the executions, and then I have to like go through them and see like, oh, like I have to look, and see what went wrong. Versus if they're in two separate workflows, like I can easily just see. But yes, you absolutely can.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep, no problem. Any other questions, concerns regarding that? No?
That's great.
Okay, so looks like we're good on that. Let's go ahead and do
quick question. That is this workflow is available in the so I saw in the school that you have some things. This particular one is there, correct? I didn't get a chance to open it.
Yeah, I should have added it, and if not, I will certainly add it. Let me see, I got check calendar and book appointment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the one you showed. And it has the JavaScript in there, right?
It has everything, yeah. And then let me see, tomorrow I'll be uploading how to cancel appointments and how to reschedule, and then how to do an outbound caller. And someone asked about service calendars, like when you have multiple people, right? Like how to do a service calendar booking. So I'll show you guys that too.
Bro, if you can do something where you can show us how to integrate with like Jane and all of that stuff, bro, I swear to God, that's the best these days, man.
Jane doesn't have an open API though, right?
Yeah, man, but everyone is using Jane, man.
Probably a third party that has. There's probably a third party that has an agreement with Jane for
like
integration.
Yeah, there's a Clinic Sync Plus or something. Yeah, this thing. So you're probably gonna have to like use Playwright or something, as far as I know, but there is someone who offers a solution through Go High Level, right? So he's been able to integrate Go High Level with Jane. He goes by Clinic Sync Pro. So I might actually, have his help or use his services
I think the
to
issue
get.
is it's HIPAA compliance. So and NNN in and of itself is not HIPAA compliant from what Tony told me, but it can be if you host your own.
Exactly.
So I think that's probably why you're having a hard time finding integrations.
So yeah, exactly. Like we self-hosted, like most of our clients are in the medical field. So I mean, they do have an API. You just have to reach out to them,
So
right?
you're No, I did. Yeah, they were like, yeah, we're in the middle of, coming up with our own voice AI solutions. So we're not really partnering up with anybody. But you said you have clients in the medical industry. Do they not use Jane? Because this is a pretty popular one when it comes to at least psychology.
They definitely don't use Jane. They're gonna use like a PMS or a EHR system. So like right now we're primarily working with dentists. So Open Dental, Dentrix, EagleSoft, all that. Some other ones are gonna use things like what's that other one called?
Oryx, I
Dr.
believe.
Chrono, stuff like that.
So do they have open APIs and stuff?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome.
Yeah, this Jane, I've never even seen this. This one seems like it's very small. Like it's all it does is like booking, but
Yeah, it's super in the mental health industry. So everyone in the mental health industry uses Jane.
oh, okay. So that makes sense. Like for the mental health, like typically, like I said, like doctors, like the ones we work with, they require more information. So that's why they have like their own systems, like Dr. Chrono or Dentrix or EagleSoft, whatever's. But for health, for mental or whatever, this one, I can see how that makes sense. But you could contact them. I think don't say that you're building voice AI agents. Say, hey, like we're building integration, like we need an integration to connect to your booking services. Maybe try that way instead of saying like voice that you're trying to build like your own voice AI to it. I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like these guys are going to want part of your revenue stream if you partner with them because they don't have an open API, but they have an API, obviously.
Yeah. Or even say like, hey, I have a client, they're using Jane, I need a integration, something like that. Honestly, I mean, for $40, I would even just sign up and just be like, I buy your software. So it's like, what's up with the API?
Yeah.
It's not expensive for $35.
I doubt they give you access to their API with that even.
And it's like, because it's like, why couldn't you call and say, hey, I'm a provider, like I'm using this for my business, but I need to connect my system to it. Like I need the API.
Yeah,
You would think.
there's a guy, Clinic Sync Pro, look him up.
Wasn't he on their page, that last page you were just at, and it was like $59 or $79 a month? I thought
Nope.
It said not that clinic sites. No, never mind. Yeah, never mind.
Oh, it's different. But anyway, let's just do the Cal thing. If that's okay.
I mean, the other thing is they have this calendar subscription, right? So
Yeah, but it takes about 24 hours for this to sync. So, but then you can use other things like calendar bridge to reduce the time. But sometimes the sync isn't two-way, it's just one way. So so Jane could sync to iCal or Google Calendar, but Google Calendar won't sync to Jane. So it's a bunch of problems like those, but
got it. Okay. Okay, sounds good. So are we good on the GHL before I delete my API key? All right, let's move on to cal.com and we'll wrap this up. Thank you all for staying this long. We're already like 4 hours deep in here.
We should be thanking you, Alex.
Oh, no worries.
Seriously, you're giving your time, so thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no problem. So let's go ahead and work on this cal.com now.
We value you a lot. I'm putting off client work right now to be on here.
What's that?
I'm putting off client work to be on here, so we respect and really enjoy your time.
We owe you more than a beer.
No worries. I appreciate you guys. So I like doing this, so I don't mind. All right, so let's go ahead and build out a new event first. And I'm just gonna call this Retell Auto, like this. gonna give it a duration of, let's do 60 minutes here. Just gonna create this event. Perfect. Let me look at their API because I kind of forgot.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
And again, I'll include these workflows too on there. I already have these workflows built out, but I just want to remember. I'll include them as well. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to create a new one. Same concept. We need to check availability first. I'm going to copy my workflow here and paste it in there. And let me just remember what's happening here. Because the first thing we need to do is get slots. Oh, that's why it looks like that. Okay. So let me see. API, the first thing that we need to do is bookings, get all memberships. That's not it. Okay, so I believe we're going to be using the get scheduled here. And obviously we're going to use the create a booking to actually manage the booking there. We got quite a few. See what else we have. Get event types.
I was actually wondering what endpoint you're using because their V1,
Christ, check
their
schedules.
V1 endpoints has find slots, but their V2 doesn't.
Okay, actually, I remember what I was doing. I used this for someone else. So I don't need. I'm using the V2, but essentially what we're gonna do is we're gonna literally same concept. We need to get the time now. What I like about cal.com, you don't have to convert it into Unix like a good old GHL. So we're just getting the date and time as expected. I do believe there's a little bit of conversion, so I do convert it here. We convert it just like that. That's what cal.com wants. Let me see what I do here. This is just in case we can't find an empty slot. We just simply check again, and then we kind of loop through it. Same thing, they're going to require an end date. So we get that end date there. Here I was just checking to see if it's an in home office or in visit. We actually don't need this in this particular instance. So I'm just going to delete all this stuff because we don't really need this. We're only booking for one event. And then here I'm just using, what endpoint am I using? Slots. So V2 slots. Let me just refresh my mind on this particular endpoint. Slots. Okay, that was wrong. Okay, get all of, that's
V1 though. Oh, down. Is that it?
Oh, yeah,
Right here. Oh, interesting.
Right, slots, perfect. So slots is going to require, we definitely need an event ID. We need the start date, the end date. We could pass the time zone if we wanted to.
Oh, this is great because I've been using V1 because I didn't know which endpoint it was, but it's here now, which is weird.
Yeah, and I will also record videos on cal.com. I think I already have some. Cal.com, Calendly, Chili Pepper. What's the other one? I think those are the main ones. But if you guys have other calendars you guys want videos for, I'll do them. So very simple. We're passing API key. Again, we just need to start.
No API key.
The
API version. You don't need to pass an API key.
API version. We need the event type. That's pretty much it. So very straightforward. So let's handle this. So this is going to be book appointment.
Get slots, right?
Yeah. So we're going to get slots. I was passing here header authorization. It does require header authorization for sure. I know for damn sure it does.
I was looking at mine earlier.
Header. There's no way that it doesn't require authorization.
Oh yeah, I have headers in mine. I was using the saved one, so it wasn't in my parameters. But yeah, I'm passing headers.
Yeah, we did need headers, but they're
From what it looks like, it's another authorization and then a bearer key.
their documentation is at like I don't like it that it doesn't say that in the API call there. I wish it did say it. So let me just check.
And in the playground, it doesn't even show it, I think.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't even show it. So
Yeah, that's weird.
Which I don't like, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be bearer, and we're passing over the access token, just simple authorization. Let's give that a shot. Oh yeah, bearer token.
I'm looking at mine. It is authorization.
Here it is. Yeah, you see, but this should be like in the API. Anyways,
100%.
whatever. We figure it out. So let's build out our headers here. I am going to create a new header authorization. I'm going to click this little pencil. Actually, I'm going to create a new one. New credential. We're going to add authorization. Same thing like GHL. You need to pass that bearer key there. And we need to pass our access token. So I'm going to get my access token from cal.com, right? We need the token. So let's get that token, which I believe is going to be under settings. We're going to go to API keys. I'm going to just simply create a new one here. I'll call it Retell Auto. Just like that. I'm going to expire this in 7 days because we don't really need this. I'll save. I'll copy this. I'm going to go back here. Make sure that, again, being mindful of the space. I'll copy this.
What editor are you using there?
I'm using Sublime.
Sublime.
But I have a bunch. I have IntelliJ and then obviously Cursor. So I'm going to paste that in here. We'll call this cal.com.
Looks like you just pasted the without the bearer in there.
I think I did, but just in case, because I don't want to, whatever. We'll save this. Perfect.
Yeah, that's you're right. It's their documentation's weird.
Their documentation's not the best, honestly. Theirs and Calendly's is not that great. At least last time that I checked, their documentation is not the best. In that regard, GHL's is better, and even GHL's is still could use some improvement. But anyways, so all we're going to be passing here is we're going to make a GET request to get slots where we created our credentials. We're going to be passing the start date, which it requires it to be just like this. The end date. Now we need an event ID. The way we grab that event ID is if we go to our calendar. So we're going to be using Retell Auto. And if you click up here, it gives you the event ID. So you got to select that. And then we are going to paste this just like so. I'm also passing the API version. So that pretty much got everything we need. Now, what this is going to do is going to return all the slots, right? So it's going to return all the slots for just everything. It's not going to return the slots like for 10 a.m. So then what we need to do in this code, check slots. This is better. What we're going to need to do in this JavaScript code, we're basically going to take the slots that was provided to us, and then the preferred date and time that the user told us. We're going to do a little bit of conversion just to make sure that they're all the same format. And then we're just going to check. Same concept as GHL. We're going to check to see if that particular time is available. If not available, then we're going to return the closest 2 times, either closest before, closest after, or closest to after, whatever you want to call them. Here, we're just passing over the information, which is, it's going to be local time. I'm setting the default time zone. We could ask the user for the time zone and we can include it. In my instance, I'm using New York, but this could be dynamic if you want to grab the time zone from the user. In cal.com, again, one of the things that we could pass is that time zone. So we could use that, which again, it's kind of cool.
Isn't time zone mandatory? Or that's only booking?
What's up?
I was going to say, I think that time zone was mandatory, but I think it's only on the booking endpoint. That's mandatory.
I believe it's not mandatory actually.
On the booking?
Well, on the checking, it's not
Yeah,
mandatory.
I think it is on the booking.
Yeah, but I wanted to return in whatever time zone. So I don't know. I can even I have my agent right now set to New York, so I'm going to keep it as New York. But you could change this. You can put Los Angeles, you can ask it from the user or whatever's, right? And then we just get those empty slots. We pass them off to the agent there. So I'm going to activate this. Make sure this is saved. I'm going to copy my webhook here. I'm going to go back to Retell. I'm just going to change this. Check availability still works. I'm just going to go ahead and swap this out. Just like that. I'm going to update it. So that takes care of checking availability. Last one we have is book appointment. So let's go ahead and handle that one.
Hey, Alex, just a question. On that start, what I'm looking at in my code, I do pass time after the date and it works.
Where? Say it again.
The time, you just have a date. This is an old run, so I just put it in the chat, but I passed the actual time and it does work finding slots at that time forward.
But you're using the V1 now?
No, I just looked, I did build a V2. I've got too many.
Okay. Yeah, it does say on here that there's multiple ways to do it, 4 different ways.
But does the date say that it only needs to be 4-digit? I can't see.
Right.
It says you can pass without hours, means you can also pass hours.
Or you can specify the hours. Yeah, so both work. So it's fine. Cool. So now what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and book that appointment. So for this endpoint, we're going to be using the bookings endpoint, which is pretty straightforward. Bookings. We're going to create a booking right here. And then we just need to pass some information here. So we obviously need the start, the attendee times there. And we have a couple of different options that we could pass. You can add, what is it? Booking fields responses. We can add those custom fields. So let's say that for our calendar, we wanted to collect those pieces of information because again, that was kind of part of the whole reason of why we wanted to use a custom function. Otherwise, we could just use the default one. So let me add some. Let me see, where's my event? I know I can add custom fields to this. Add location, advanced, perhaps. Okay, here we go. So we require all this stuff, right? We're going to require the name, require email. I'm going to delete some of these because I don't, whatever. It's not even letting me delete it. I think they already come default, actually. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the phone number. So we're going to do a phone. We'll do phone like that. We are going to require this. That's required. Additional notes, we don't have to add the additional notes. Maybe we could add an additional, why not? We'll throw an additional note. I'm not gonna add that. I'm not gonna add the reason to schedule. We have the phone. Let's say that we wanted the car make and model maybe, or car make and then the model as an example. We could do a, oh, short text, it's already here, duh. And do car make. Yeah, whatever. Car make, do something like that. We'll add this. We can add another one for the car model. I think that's pretty much it. So again, you guys can add more custom fields and all sorts of stuff on here, but this is kind of all I really care in this particular instance. We'll save this. And now let's work on this workflow here. We got checking availability. Now we need to handle booking. Create another workflow. Retell auto. What do we have here? Book appointment. Cal.com. Again, I had a previous workflow, so I'm just going to paste that in here. Some of this stuff we don't actually need because I was handling multiple locations. So this is not needed. Actually, I erased one too many. If we do have an error, we do want to respond back with that error. Just like that.
Sorry, was your use case just multiple calendars?
Yeah, we had multiple calendars for like in-office visit and a home visit. So I did have multiple calendars. So here, all we're going to do is just a little conversion into UTC. Multiple ways to handle this, but this is going to convert it into UTC. I don't even need this. Actually, I don't even need that because again, I was checking for multiple calendars. In this instance, it's not really needed. Of course, if we get an error, we want to let the user know. And then we're going to book that appointment there. We take a look at our cal.com. I need to just add the header credentials from earlier, which I already forgot what they were.
I think it is that demo and cuts or whatever that says there.
Retell auto right here. Everything looks good. And then here we do need to fill out the attendee information. Also the appointment time. And then we're going to add our custom values. I need to pull those in first. So we'll make the call and then we'll pull those in and then we'll fill them out. We'll add that there. We have our name, email, time zone. That looks good. Let me see. Let's take a look. We can add our custom fields here, which I believe they're just, it's going to be meeting your, that's okay.
It's under booking field responses.
And it's going to be this right here. I believe it's going to be an object for all of these, actually. Let me check. So it's going to be like Alex, whatever. This one does require a time zone. I think to what you were saying earlier, Tony. Checking availability doesn't, but this one will. We'll select our start. We'll do the email. Phone number 310. That.
You're in option 3. I don't know the differences between.
Let me see. Booking field response consists of an object with booking fields logs and the user response as a custom booking fields. I believe the key is going to be that. Let me see if I can just get that calendar so I can see the custom fields. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the custom fields for every single one of them. I'm pretty sure. So just bear with me here.
Is it just that text that you set because it knows the
I'm hoping that that's what it is.
ID?
I hope it's not something weird. It should be. And we can even try it with just that, and we can see if it goes south, we'll figure it out. But yeah, it should be that. We got our event type, time zone. We would add our custom fields, right? Which I believe we called it car make, I think it was. For now, I'm just gonna do a little something like that. We should be able to create multiple of these. I believe we did car make. What else did we do? I think it was model. What else did we do? I think that was it, no? Did I already forgot? We also need phone, actually.
It's weird it's not a default. Eh?
I know. I don't know why they do that. Like, it should totally be a default. Phone. We'll do that phone, just like that. And I actually want to pass a call summary too, just briefly. Yeah, make sure I didn't miss anything here. Yep. Attendee, name, time zone. Oh no, phone number right here.
Oh. What is that? Do you know what the difference between option 1, 2, 3 are?
Let me see. What do we have? They look exactly the same to me. Oh no, it's not. They're not the same. Option number 1 doesn't have this instant. If it's an instant booking. Option 3, that seems to be like the main difference. I think option 3 doesn't have meta. I think that's what it is. Let me see. Does it have meta? No, they all have meta. I'm not entirely sure what the difference between 1 and 2, I mean 1 and 3, but I know option 2 has this instant, which is required, and this one doesn't require. So for this one, we're gonna go with this one. I'll do the phone number. Actually needs to be international format too, so something like that. So we got name, email, time zone. We got phone number. And I think that's it. Let me see what else we're missing. Phone number, language, that's okay. We can keep that default. We're gonna add our custom fields, which is gonna be car make, something like that. Just so I can see the format. Yeah. All right, we could do car model. Just like that. We're already gonna have our event type, which is gonna be like this. We don't need a username, any guess. We don't need to add guess or anything like that. I did want to add a little summary. I think on here we have, what is this meeting about? The only thing I don't like about it is like, what's the name of this? Oh, title, identifier. Haha. So we can add, let me see, was the title one of the default ones? I don't see a default for title. Yeah, no, it's not. So lastly, we'll go ahead and add a title here. Oops. Title, phone number looks good. And yep, I think that's pretty much it. Car make, yep, looks good. And car model, yep. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and give this a call. We can test it out. Now, the first one is not going to work because we need to map out these fields. And we also need to collect an email. So we need to make a small change to our function there. So let's go back to Retell. I'm going to copy this webhook. I'm going to go back to my book appointment. Just like that. On here, we do need to create, we need a, the model there. I mean, excuse me, the email. We need to collect an email. We were collecting the budget, but for this one, I'm going to skip the budget. Let me just go here. And here it is. I'm going to skip the budget, forget the budget. Actually, I'm going to use user email. You know what? I'm going to have Cloud formatted because I know there's a specific format for emails. So instead of me doing it, we can do this.
Whenever you do a webhook call or from a function, it passes metadata, right?
Say that one more time.
Whenever you call a function webhook from Retell, it'll pass all the metadata that was put in before.
Yes, it will. Perfect. Let me see. Do we have our email? Yeah, format. I knew there was a specific format for this. So that works. Just going to go ahead and paste this back in Retell. Just like that. And I think everything looks good. Car make, we got our appointment time, email, client name. I'm going to delete the budget. We don't care about the budget in this instance. Car model. And that's pretty much it. I believe I did copy the correct webhook there. I'm going to update this and we'll give this a call. So actually, before I update, I have to collect an email to, you know what? It should automatically collect it because we're requiring it. So we can even test that out, right? I'm not putting email. I'm not asking for an email in the prompt, but because we made it a required in our custom function, meaning that this custom function cannot run without an email, it should ask us for an email. So let's give this a shot.
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey, Stacy. I'm calling about the Mercedes AMG that you have for sale. The make is going to be Mercedes and the model is the Mercedes E200 AMG.
Yo.
Yo.
That's an excellent choice. Let me pull up the details for the Mercedes E200 AMG for you. Just a moment, please.
Yo.
Great news. We do have a used Mercedes-Benz E200 AMG Line 4 coupe in stock.
Cool. Can I make an appointment to test drive that? I want to test drive it this Friday at 11 a.m.
Perfect. You want to test drive the Mercedes E200 AMG this Friday at 11 a.m. Let me check availability for that time. It looks like 11 a.m. this Friday is not available, but we do have openings at 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. that day. Would either of those times work for you?
1 p.m. works for me.
Just to confirm, you want to book the test drive for the Mercedes E200 AMG on Friday at 1 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Wonderful. We have you all set for Friday at 1 p.m. to test drive the Mercedes E200 AMG. When you arrive,
So we were expecting an error here. So let's find out because we just need to map the data that we got. So the check availability seemed to work just fine. But let's verify this. So we have the car, we have the, it didn't ask me for my name and it didn't ask me, oh, because we got an error. That's why. Okay. So what we're going to do here is in this book appointment, we're just simply going to map out these fields which, let's scroll down. Oops, I gotta edit this actually. That's not what I want. Copy this to, okay, copy to editor. There we go.
I'm glad mine's not the only one that does that. I have to click on it a couple times.
Yeah, sometimes that's a little. Have you guys used active pieces? Anyone?
Is that thing you talked about with graphs and stuff like that?
No, I'll show you. It's actually I've been using it. It's pretty cool. It kind of reminds me of this workflow. It's like it's like N8N. You know what? I'll get back to this because I'm getting sidetracked. N8N changed the pricing, and that really upset me. So I looked for alternatives.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, those bastards.
For the self-hosted, you mean, or
enterprise
self-hosted? Well, self-hosted enterprise. They changed the way the enterprise plan works, which we're on the enterprise because of HIPAA compliance.
Yep.
And it's the real bastards. Some real bastards.
What did they change up?
I was gonna say, how much was it different?
Well, the price is the same, but now you get less features. Like the old plan was like you would got unlimited projects and like 200 workflows, like active workflows at the same time. Now it's based on executions and only 6 projects, and now you don't have some secure. I'm like, dude, oh man, I can't tell you
That's
how
Zapier.
so upset, dude. I was like, dude, they're getting. I don't know. I don't even want to talk about it because it really pissed me off. So I started looking into alternatives. Active pieces is another one, and it's nice. It works. This is a simple workflow that I did,
And it's so good though.
You know, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna switch yet, but I started looking into alternatives because I was like, I don't know, I was upset.
Which ones did you find?
Maybe I was
Active.
just, yeah, active pieces. So it's pretty cool. Like, I think active pieces actually, it might be like more friendlier for people. Like it kind of reminds me of like Make a little bit, but nicer.
Yeah,
But
but does it also have those code blocks that you can just put in?
yeah,
Probably.
you have
Probably
everything.
has everything.
It has everything. A bunch of stuff. Literally everything. AI agents, everything. Like
This is more like Zapier is what kind of what it looks like.
Yeah, there you go. So like, it's anyways. Yeah, I started diving into it because I'm telling you, I was upset when I
that
saw
sucks.
that. Like, and if you're not like enterprise, it's not a big deal, right? Like, you're not really affected, but it's only for the enterprise plans, which we're on.
You know, active pieces. That's why it sounds familiar. It used to be on AppSumo.
Oh, okay. Car makes. I'm here. I'm just populating in that data. Which we're gonna do the car model. I wanted to do I didn't collect the test email, right? But we could. I'm just gonna call this meeting to test drive the Mercedes or whatever's car. So I'm just giving a title to my meeting there. I believe that's all the information that we need. We're adding some metadata. I believe we added our event type. Let me just confirm the event type before. I want to make sure that I did get that correct event type, which should be.
Can you change the title in cal.com? Or it just comes in as a note, doesn't it?
I believe, let's see, what does it say? The title,
Because that was a custom field that you had in there, wasn't it?
yeah, but it's one of the default ones, though.
Oh,
it
it
is a
is?
custom field, but it's a default custom field.
Okay, that's interesting.
So it should be. And again, this is where we get a little more flexibility with a little custom. So everything is mapped out. Again, we have our name, email, time zone, phone number, pretty much everything. Note, storing some metadata for us to maybe check out later on. And I think that's it. So let's give this a shot and we should get a booking now.
Hi, thank you for calling Retell Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey, Stacey, I want to check out the BMW that you have. The make is the BMW and the model is the 530 X Drive.
Let me check that for you. Great news. We do have a BMW 530D X Drive
Perfect.
luxury.
Can I book a test drive for Friday at 11 a.m.?
The 11 a.m. slot on Friday is not available, but we have openings at 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. that day. Would either of those times work for you?
12 p.m. is fine.
Just to confirm, you want to book the test drive for the BMW 530D X Drive Touring Luxury Line on Friday at 12 p.m. Is that correct?
Sure. Are you booking the appointment or what?
Yes, I'm booking it for you now. You're all set for Friday at 12 p.m. for the BMW 530D X Drive Touring Luxury Line. When you arrive, just...
Okay, so we did get an error here. Let's see what happened. I think I might have missed something. Error needs to be valid JSON.
You're missing after the car model, when you're closing that curly, you're missing a bracket. Or I mean a comma. Like
Where?
4 lines up, 5 lines up from the bottom.
Here?
Down, down. Down. Right there. Up. Like the closing bracket. A comma up right above that. Like right above event type ID.
Sometimes it's like these small little errors that really get you.
Right above it, right there. Yeah. You need a comma.
Yep, you're right. And actually, I think this needs to be a string too. I think that needs to be a string. Oh no, it's not. It doesn't need to be a string. Yep, so I did miss that. Let's see if let's test this out just to make sure we don't get any more errors. Since we already got the data. Okay, what do we have here? 400 Mason required booking field.
Phone. Wait, where did you had phone? I thought. Oh, phone
I do
number.
have phone number.
Is it just phone though, or what does it say?
Field response phone.
What's the field in? Is it just phone, not phone number?
The API literally said it was phone number.
Oh, it does, yeah. That's messed.
But did I not spell it correctly? What happened here? Well, I guess I did label it something. It is phone technically. So
their documentation's wrong.
That's my bad.
No, I think it's their bad.
Oh, should we test this out now? It might also be as a custom field instead, actually.
It did say it should be in booking field responses.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Let's see what the response is. Yep, doesn't exist, of course. Okay, so there we go. That was it. Appointment was created. We ran that. Perfect. So that booked the appointment. I already noticed one issue though. Let's take a look. Oops, bookings. So it did book it. Right now I have my calendar set to LA time.
But look, it didn't change the title either. It just has it in the subject or in the details. I remember that's one thing that bugged me about cal.com.
Oh, it's the what's this meeting about? I actually put it right here. We do have the phone number, we have the car, we have the make. We need to, I guess, be more specific on asking for the name and email there. It didn't actually properly collect it.
Oh, because you had it as required.
Yeah. So yeah, need to be a little more specific on that. I can't believe you can't change the title of the.
Yeah, that's one thing I remember about cal.com, which bugged me.
The title, like, bro, that is ridiculous. I guess you can't.
You could technically then create another automation that's triggered on a new event in your calendar and do a rename.
Yeah, that's way too much. Like that's way too much already. But you can put a. Okay. Yeah, so let me make these small changes here. And yeah, we should be good here. Any questions so far, guys?
Nothing related to this, just a bit different question.
What's up?
Yeah, so if we're trying to pull so for we talked about healthcare and stuff, and if we're trying to like pull different schedules of different doctors all together and checking the next available therapist or something, right? Because if you look at cal.com, everyone has their separate different calendar. So how do you combine all of those calendars, have the AI look through all of them and then recommend
Doesn't
practitioners?
cal.com have like a team thing and then you can use their different functions?
Yep.
Wouldn't that be round robin?
It's a paid service, so I don't think it's part of the free one.
Yeah, they do have a round robin though.
Just you guys probably that have worked with the healthcare industry, you guys just integrate with their CRM, right? And just do
Yes,
it
we
that
do.
way.
Yes.
So just so that you just pull a single calendar, or do you guys pull multiple calendars?
It depends for we work with multiple providers. So what we do, or actually even multiple offices, at the start of the conversation, we say, hey, before we book the appointment, we say, what office you want to book in? Because like that's kind of what we're doing here. Now, I'll show you this workflow, right? Like this is the same cal.com workflow, but it's multiple calendars. Like this could be multiple providers for you. And when this executes, we are getting, that's part of the information that we extract in the args, is like here was the appointment type.
Yeah.
Like in office or out of office, right? But you could have a provider if you wanted to. And then you could book it.
By provider, you mean cal.com, Google Calendar, something like
No,
that.
I meant like medical provider, like doctor.
Okay.
Like if you want to have multiple doctors, because they're all going to have their own calendar for sure. So here, this could be like doctor, and then it would have Dr. Smith, right? And then we only book in Dr. Smith's calendar.
I think what he's asking though is like it checks all
Unified
of the
sort of.
different people's and then finds the first available. Is that how I
So it's checking
understood
Dr.
that?
Smith, it's checking Dr. Ken, it's checking Dr. Alex. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean that would be wrong. That would be the best round robin because that's a straight up round robin. However, though, because you asked about for medical, right? For doctors, it doesn't work like that. At least the ones that I've worked with, it doesn't work. It's not a round robin for sure. Like
Yeah,
they
it's
have
not
their
round
own-
robin. It's like a pooled kind of who's first. I don't know what it's called, but it's not round robin.
Well, sometimes it's not even on the who's first. It's like who's available because
Right, who's available first? Yeah.
But they all have their own individual calendars, is what I'm trying to say. They don't have like they don't have a calendar that they all share and like whoever comes first serves, like a round robin. What you
But
described,
cal.com doesn't have something like that where you can add everyone's calendars and it looks like that all together.
but in cal.com you could do the round robin because we could create a round robin calendar, right? So
Yeah,
teams.
no, I don't think he's looking for round robin though, because round robin is
Oh,
Alex
so that's
next,
actually
Con
the name,
next,
that's
Ivan next, Ashley next. That's round robin, right? Unless I
This is
misunderstood.
No, well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but you kind of described literally this, right? Like check one person available and cycle through the team. No?
Yeah.
Am I misunderstanding? Who's asking? I can't
So,
see it.
so what I understand is it could either be that we have just one sort of workflow where it's pulling, and this would probably be the easiest as well, right? But and then you could also have dedicated different workflows based on all the different doctors. Is that the way you go through it? Because let's say if you're working for like a whole facility or something.
So again, without using cal.com, we do have one workflow that connects to all of their calendars. One workflow. For not in cal.com. In like Dentrix or Open Dental or whatever. Is that what you're saying? Or like
Yeah, yes, sorta. So do you use Go High Level for that?
no, for doctors we don't use high level. They have their own system, like I'll show you. Like Open Dental.
Yeah.
Is what they're gonna use. So super old software, but Open Dental. Each doctor's gonna have their own calendar. Dentrix is another one. Where they're gonna be booking on here, blah 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 blah. Dr. Chrono is gonna be another one. So we're booking directly to their EHR or PMS system, depending on what practice they are. We don't
Gotcha.
use high level.
So you either go through the docs on these websites to find an API key, and sorry, not an API that you can use to connect with, or you just contact these
No, they have
service.
APIs. So like for example, Dr. Chrono API. Some of them you have to contact, so technically for Open Dental, they have the documentation. You still have to contact them because you gotta get I forget what it's called. It's not like a vendor, but you still gotta contact them, but the doctor contacts them. But they have all the documentation right here. So that's an example. This is one, right? So they have all sorts of stuff here. Open Dental is gonna be the same. They just have APIs here.
Because I've never worked with this API stuff before, right? So it's just for me, it's always been like the more simple stuff where just booking through cal.com, and so it's I assume using these API, it's dedicated. Each API helps in doing a specific task, right? So there's a separate one that would help in booking, a separate one that would help in checking or pulling data to
Yep.
sort of.
Yep.
Okay.
Like for example, we have appointments, right? So appointments, you can get a single appointment, multiple appointments. We can get the slots of the appointment, the same stuff.
Perfect. Amazing.
But essentially it's the same concept, like just how we're doing it here, right? Like we check the availability first, then we book the appointment. Same concept.
Okay.
It's gonna be the same for cal.com or for Dr. Chrono or Dentrix, as an example, or Open Dental. Check availability, book the appointment.
Perfect. I love it. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem. I'm really just quickly testing out. It says on there that there's this event title, so I'm actually curious to see if this was gonna work. It doesn't seem like it is. So I was just curious to see if event title was properly gonna come up, and it doesn't look like it, because I did want to. Oh, no, it does work.
Oh, that's cool.
I take it wrong. It does work.
Where did you see that?
Nope. Never mind. It does not work. It takes it, but it doesn't change it.
What's the point of that?
Yeah.
Where did you see that in documentation? What is it? I didn't even see that before.
Yeah, there was on event type. Oh no, wait. Where is it? Where the hell did I see that? Right here, event title. Because there's a title which we added, but then I see that there's this field here, event title, but it doesn't actually let you change it. So that's whack. Yeah. Anyways, all right. So we got that fixed. So we should be good. I'm just quickly gonna collect the name and email, and then we'll wrap it up, and then we're all good to go here. But we're able to book the appointment. We got the time zone. This is gonna be in Los Angeles time. I'm gonna change my retail agent to be in Los Angeles.
It was a con that was asking for that first available. I just
Yeah.
did a quick search. I have zero clue if this is even. I literally let it for about 5 seconds, but that looks like a tool that can integrate with other calendars and do that first available booking. Again, I have zero clue, but
Let me give it a
oops, that was the pricing.
I'm just updating my time zones right here, guys. Just pretty much doing here.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. There's also another tool called Calendar Bridge like this, but I like their pricing. The
Yeah,
guys
this
that
pricing's super cheap.
this pricing is super good, yeah.
Alex, you should look into this, see if it's something you'd use.
What is it?
And I don't know, I just Googled it, nihilist.com, but apparently it's built for developers that want to integrate calendar solutions. And it's literally like dollar like per month Canadian. So American it's like 5 cents.
It's crazy though, yeah.
Is yours showing American? What does it show for American? Mine only shows Canadian.
Mine is also showing Canadian.
Are you in Canada? Are you in Canada?
Nope, I'm in the UK right now.
Oh, weird.
I'm just updating my prompt here. And just like that. If we update this, we should be good from here. Let's give this one more shot.
Hi, Retail Auto. This is Stacy. How may I help you today?
Hey, Stacy, I'm calling about a car that you have for sale. The make is Polestar, and the model is the 4 long range.
Let me check that for you. Great news. We do have a Polestar 4 long range performance dual motor in stock. It's a new vehicle.
Great. Can I schedule a test drive for Thursday at 1 p.m.?
Let me check if there's 1 p.m. is available. Would you like to go ahead and book that time?
Yes.
Your full name, email address, and phone number to secure the appointment?
My name is Alex Rodriguez. My email is alex12@gmail.com, and my phone number is 310-980-0702.
Just to confirm, your name is Alex Rodriguez, your email is alex12@gmail.com, and your phone number is 310-980-0702. Is that correct?
Yep.
Wonderful. We have you all set for Thursday at 1 p.m. for the Polestar 4 long range performance dual motor test drive. When you arrive, just ask for Stacy. Our address is 120.
And there it is.
Amazing.
A lot of appointment between Alex Rodriguez and Alex Rodriguez at 1 p.m. Pretty
Alex,
much
what's your go-to for calendar stuff? Calendly or cal.com, or what do you normally use?
Just GHL still for non-stuff, for non, yeah.
Of course, GHL, baby.
And just because it's like, dude, I already pay for it, you know? It's already there. I already have it. So it's like, I don't need anything fancy. I do like cal.com. I like the way it looks. It's pretty, but
Yeah, 100%.
I like it. I just really don't. The only thing is the calendar event titles. I wish that you could change.
yeah, so like, you know, I use GHL. They've been actually making a lot of improvements in GHL, so you know, it's cool. I just use it. It's fine. It works for me.
And then so you just think any like apple.com or Office or whatever into the calendar. similar to
Yeah.
cal.com.
So in your calendar, you can obviously set all your preferences, abilities. You got your connections, so you can just add Google Calendar, all of these things. You know, so I just think I'll admit I would say it's not as pretty as it's for sure not actually. I know it's not as pretty.
I just started scraping my screen. There's a little dot in the middle of your screen at the top, but I moved the window. It's yours. Yeah, that I was scraping my screen right now.
Why is that there?
Oh, it's still there.
Oh, you have a burnt pixel.
Yeah. God
No,
Oh, that
screen
remember
sharing
that?
will not show a burn.
Oh, is that screen sharing? Yeah,
This
screen
happened-
sharing would do that. You're right. Oh my god, I'm so
marked
dumb.
the screen. He marked the screen with some kind
Yeah,
of
that makes zero
Oh,
sense.
yeah,
Holy
yeah.
shoot.
It would be like
internally, like with a digital like whiteboard or something. This happened before.
On Zoom?
there's
Is it Zoom
Zoom's
thing
got
or
a
what?
digital. Look at your. It's where
I
is
can't believe I said that he's a burnt pixel and we can see it.
There's no way you can see a burnt pixel.
Whiteboard.
No, that's a good idea. Yeah, no way you could see the burn pencil. Yeah, that's
Zoom's
I was
different.
like,
They
wait,
do
you
that.
know what? I would actually believe it because, like, dude, oh
No,
yeah,
this
you
is
could.
you probably have a markup somehow, and then you probably clicked
It's
it.
probably
and
the
then-
whiteboard.
Yeah,
I
like
think
a
so. I was like, dude, my cats love scratching my monitors. I was like, dude, it's not a cat tree. It's like, dude.
Well, I was sitting here thinking, I'm like, oh crap, I got something on my screen.
So look, this is how like the calendars look from GHL, which again, they're not the ugliest, but they're not the prettiest either.
Can you
know?
embed those on pages too?
you can change the colors.
Yeah, you can.
You can change all of this. Like I've done it. You can change like the background color. You can change the button colors. You can add a logo here. There's all sorts of ways to modify. I've done it in the past. It's been a while.
Sorry, you can embed. On
Yeah,
the
but it's
pages?
clunky. It's clunky.
Calendar
clunky.
logos.
Embedding, yeah. Like if it's got a lot of these, like to choose from, you got to get the exact height down. Otherwise, it.
Yeah, that's kludgy. But you can you have to switch it to some kind of. It was on that screen. There was a setting that you have to change, so you can use different colors. So you can actually not just leave the white. When
Yeah,
you,
like right here, if you go to the customization, you can like change all that.
Yeah.
You can even add like custom code. So like I get what you're saying. Like you could add some custom code and like make it prettier.
Yeah.
All fine and dandy, right? But like, for example, cal.com, which is one of the things that I like bam,
it's done.
It looks nice,
It looks the same.
And it's easy. It's easy to embed. This is my embed. What I put on that new site. I used cal.com.
Yeah,
I mean, they're pretty close. GHL is pretty close to this.
Yeah, you can embed GHL. It's not an issue.
Yeah.
Well, they said it's clunky, right? Because you gotta
clunkier. I mean,
something.
They're not like the best in class, but they just work.
It works.
And it has a round robin. It has service calendars. It has equipment calendar that you can set up. Like if you equipment and stuff. It's got all that stuff built in, and it easily integrates with Google, which a lot of people use.
Yeah, so you could use all these different types of calendars.
And they
for
keep updating all that stuff too.
the
So that's
round
kinda nice.
robin, collective
Like that class
booking.
is pretty cool. Collective
Oh,
booking. I
that's
think
interesting. That's kind of
Don
cool.
was looking for the collective booking. I think. I
Yeah.
think it was. I confuse them. I never really used them. The service booking is pretty cool, and event calendar.
So good old faithful. It works, dude. It works. It's like I'm just sometimes, like I said, it's just like, yeah.
I'm going for the shiny object. I've been with GHL for 5 years now, and I've seen so many changes. The calendar has gotten like a 1,000 times better.
Yeah,
it sure has. So it's improving, and they continue to add a bunch of new features. So it's nice that they're doing all these things. Yeah. So it works. So, yeah. So we got our appointment booking. I know there's still a couple of people here, mostly fat note takers.
All us phantom note takers.
All these phantom note takers.
Me, Ivan, Khan's still here.
Yeah, but hey, certainly appreciate you guys staying this long. I mean, where are we? Like 5 hours?
No,
deep?
thank
man.
you. This is
That is
ridiculous.
good
You
value,
haven't even
man.
had lunch.
In for
None
a
of us
penny.
have, but you haven't either.
Well, here. Well, I literally have to go, but I'm just staying to see how long you're gonna stay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's it. I'm done. I wanted to go over the post recording, but that's gonna have to be saved for
That
another
could
day.
be next week.
It's gonna
I
be
had to
saved
let
for
Joseph
another day.
out.
So, but yeah. So I hope this was helpful to you guys.
Yeah.
If you have any questions, you can post them in the group or hit me up on Discord. Either one of them. Like I said, I'll be adding more videos to this. And if there's anything you guys want to cover in future workshops or whatever's, just let me know.
One thing I've never really played with on Retell is they have the conversation, they have the simple, but there's that one in the middle. What is that one?
What do you mean?
Like there's 3 ways you can build agents. There's the one you
Oh, the
just did. There's
multi-prompt?
Yeah, I've never played with that one. So is there, do you want to do a session on that? Like, is it much different? I haven't even looked at it, to be honest with you. I just
I've played with
it.
it. I mean, I had Joseph play with it too. You know, it's just a multi-prompt agent. Like you can go from one prompt.
I
to
just don't
another.
know the difference or the use case of using that versus the conversational or the simple.
So it's helpful if like your prompt is like super long and you want to split it into a couple of different like branches, but not as complex. It's like between the conversational flow and the single prompt, right? So for example, we built one for well, Monahar's note takers here. So Monahar is in the debt collection. So there's only like a couple of scenarios, right? Like it's not as complex as a conversational flow. It's just like a couple little scenarios, and it allows us to split the prompts a little bit better. And it also helps with like latency. Again, like if you have like a huge prompt, you can split it up. Like maybe I wanted to book appointments. I can have like a note, and again, this would even still work in a single prompt, but maybe you have a node for booking appointments, one for canceling, and one for I don't know, rescheduling. You know, you could split it up into different nodes. Yeah, like I like to think about it between the conversational flow builder and the single prompt.
Are you down at some point to just go build something in there at some point?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll play with it at some point. I haven't even opened it up, but I saw it and I was like, what is that?
Yeah, it's cool. But we do find ourselves most of the time either single prompt or conversational flow. So yeah, but we can certainly do something in the multi-prompt there.
Cool.
So
yeah, I feel comfortable in both. I've never, like I said, I've never even opened the multi-prompt. So
Yeah, this is very helpful. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate
no problem, guys. Any
5
other
hours, 14, 16 minutes.
Yeah, I honestly thought I was gonna be able to cover everything like in 2-3 hours. I realized I was too ambitious, far too ambitious.
Or we squirreled away. You probably almost want to go.
Yeah.
Boom.
all right,
yeah.
next one, 24-hour stream. No, just
I'd be down if I had food and I had nothing else to do.
Yeah, that would be. I don't even know what we would build. We can build a lot of stuff in 24 hours. Like, geez, a whole.
Oh boy.
You think about it, within 5 hours, you pretty really within the first 2-3 hours, you got a working bot. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, we needed some fine tuning, but yeah, we did get it. You know, we obviously need to handle testing and some scenarios for testing all that stuff out. But we did get it pretty good. And I would say this one's a little bit complex, right? Because we're scraping data and providing recommendations and all those sorts of things. But yeah, so
yeah, that's cool.
Any
Great,
particular
appreciate you.
Any like use cases that like you guys are interested in going over? Besides, like I know Tony, you mentioned the multi-prompt. Anything else you guys want to cover?
I'm building something for a client for basically political polling. So that's why I was asking about the space thing, because I was talking about things too fast. And it's actually so I'm obviously using the conversational flow. I have the outcomes listed, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But sometimes it doesn't do one of those.
It skips it in conversational flow.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it doesn't matter what you say, even though I say it must be one of these 5. Like I just put the 5 outcomes, but then it just jumps to the next one anyway. So I'm just trying to debug that.
I noticed that that's happened to me in conversational flow. Yeah, it'll It's frustrating. That's why I'm going back to single prompt. So we're actually building an agent out for single prompt, and it's working great. Yeah.
I just like I like the theoretical control of the conversational, because if it's for poll, it's got to be exact, like exact. Yeah. Have you run into that, Alex, where it doesn't listen to the outcomes? Like it doesn't use one of the outcomes listed and it just kind of keeps going?
I think I did run into some. I gotta check.
Like it says, what are the colors? And someone says dog, and then all of a sudden it moves forward. And it doesn't always happen, because sometimes, like, I have it prompted in there. It goes, hey, thanks for that, but for the purposes of this phone call as a survey, you have to select one of the answers. Like, so the logic's in there, but it doesn't do it all the time.
Yeah, that's happened to me. I mean, that's frustrating as heck. I've actually put another node. So I think I put another node where it will verify it, and if not, it'll go back. It'll loop back.
Yeah, it just makes it so much longer than
it does. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. Like I said, we've been kind of using quite a bit of the single prompt. Like that's why I'm trying to build like the conversational flow within the single prompt, so we can go back and forth between all the different things. That was kind of part of that prompt I shared with you guys earlier for those particular reasons. So yeah.
You'd use a single prompt for this political one?
Yeah, I will still use it. Like we have a conversational one where we are, it's for chargers, where we're resetting chargers and like doing a couple of more stuff, but it makes sense because there's really only like a couple of options, like and like we're checking the statuses of things, and we do have a couple of conversationals, but for most of them are going to be single prompt.
Interesting.
Yeah, like the agents have gotten really good, like 4.1, 4.1 mini, it can follow instructions really well. So the only thing is like, you know, I mean, even then the 0.07 cents for the additional tokens, it's not that much. So even if needed, you know, it's still fine. But yeah, kind of, again, just use that a little bit more of the single prompt for most of them.
Have you been able to get a hold of Evie? She was on in the actual retail one last week, and I was like, hey, Evie, just wanted to remind you. And she's like, oh yeah, I'll look at it. And I still haven't heard from her.
I have gotten a hold of her. Yeah.
Because I'm still missing people from my affiliate page.
Evie was a AI. Oh.
No, EVY.
That's what I thought at first as well, but it's also the co-founder.
Yeah, I'm still missing like 3 people from my affiliate page.
I'll ask.
Okay.
I'll ask about it. I know some people, like what happens is like they already had signed up, but there are other people, and you know, like I know it happened to me once.
Like Ari's one, for example, he's missing from my affiliate.
Yeah, I signed up with his link.
I'll ask. I'll certainly ask. I do. Yeah, we do talk. So I'll ask her. Let's see what's up.
Yeah, I've sent her like probably 2 or 3 DMs on Discord. So
yeah, she's a busy woman. So
I could imagine.
I didn't realize she was an AI.
Nah, well, there's the EV AI, which is the AI, but there's actually EV, which is not AI.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so but there is an EV AI. Like when you go to the documentation, like there's an EV AI, and then like also when you ask certain questions in Discord, EV AI will answer to you to some of those. But
that's so funny they use that name.
Yeah,
they use
but
her name. That's cool.
Yeah, but yeah. So I'll ask her and see what's up. Yeah. All right, guys. Any
Thank you.
Any last minute things? Anything else before I let you guys?
No, you're awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks
Get some.
Alex. Go get some dinner.
Yeah, sounds
Get
good,
a
guys.
beer. We owe you something.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, guys. So
Yeah.
yep. If anything, like I said, you can message me in school or on Discord, and I'll see you guys next week.
Once you close this meeting, the meeting's done, right?
Yeah, once it closes, it's done. So I think next week maybe we'll build some chat agents if you guys want to or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Wait, I thought we were finishing this off on
Yeah, remember you said the post call.
context or whatever, right?
Yeah, that you're right. You're right.
You said post call. Yep.
Yep. So we'll build something cool with the post call. You're right.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call. So we'll build that. we'll finish it, we'll fine tune it, and we'll make it really good. And we'll finish this off next week.
Yep.
So,
Alright.
Cheers, buddy.
Have a good one, guys.
have a great day.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Have a good one.
My thing won't look.